You want to sit down, please? Good morning, everyone. Welcome. So today, actually, we are gathering here to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Birck Nanotechnology Center. For guests who haven't visited Birck, this is not Birck. Birck is about a 2-minute walk away from here. This afternoon, we are going to have a tour in the Birck Center. And this is not the only audience. We actually have another 2 overflow rooms. The entire audience is about 140 people, and unfortunately, we don't have big enough conference room in Discovery Park. We would like to celebrate our anniversary in Discovery Park. We don't want to go on campus. That's why we are limited by conference room here. And then, today is the 20th anniversary. 20 years ago, on October 8th, 2005, Birck was dedicated as the very first facility in the Discovery Park. Faculty members, researchers, students, after that moved in and bring life to what now, since then, becoming the nation's most advanced nanotechnology facility. And today we are it's a day for us to reflect on this remarkable journey. It is a day for us to honor the visionaries, the leaders, and all the countless people who contributed, who made this ambitious idea become a reality. And here, actually, I would like to really introduce our Purdue chairman of the Purdue Board of Trustees, Chairman Gary Lehman. So he actually really plays a very important role for the recent renovation and the modernization of Birck to make sure that we are one of the world leading facilities. So please join me in welcoming Chairman Lehman.
Thank you, Zheng Lang. Good morning, everyone, and speaking for the Board of Trustees, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the 20th anniversary of the Birck Nanotechnology Center. But as probably a lot of you know, yes, it's the 20th anniversary, but as we were commenting a little bit ago outside, that it actually started well beyond 20 years ago. I think it started in the late 1990s when a guy named Cooper surveyed the lab that we had in the basement of the Double E building that I think my father actually was old when he was there, and said, I'm not exactly sure whether or not this is going to make it, because nanotechnology had really expanded, and under, I think, the Clinton administration, there was a national institute that was started, so a lot of investment was going on. So Jim talked at that time to Dean Schwartz, if I remember, and you guys were talking about it and saying, geez, we got to do something. This is an opportunity to really lead the country in an area that we think Purdue can excel in. And then in 2000, a guy named Martin Diskey came to Purdue, a scientist, and I think with a few discussions with Jim and Dean Schwartz, they said, wow, this is something we need to back. So they started, and of course, the price tag to do what they wanted to do was pretty high. And Martin, who was an outstanding fundraiser at that time, by 2001, the proceeds and the funds, thanks to 3 generous gifts, the Bircks, or of course the lead gifts from that, and then also the Cy Freeze and Bill Elmore and his wife MJ were the three. And if I recall, the lead gift, $30 million from Kay and Mike Birck. Mike Birck was a former trustee. $30 million gift was the largest private gift in the history of Purdue. Tim McGinley maybe can say that's true or not, but it was a large one, if not the largest. So it was really significant to get it off and running. So now, as a Purdue major, as a business major, I wasn't real educated on the technology. And I do remember when they started talking about nanometers and this kind of stuff, I asked the question, well, what is a nanometer? Is it something that measures nanos or something like that? And the engineer says, no, it's 1 billion meters. And I said, well, or a billionth of a meter. And I said, I'm not very good in metric either. Tell me in inches. He said, it's a billionth of an inch, you know? I said, wow, that's pretty small. No wonder I've never seen it on my tape measure. I mean, that is great. Had no idea what the future of that technology would bring and the things that we could do and whatever on that. But even though it's 40 or 20 years old, the three principles that the center was founded on still remain today. The three of them, they're educate, innovate, and collaborate. Collaborate. And sitting in the second row, former Purdue person, and in fact filled in as our president at one time, and now is president of Virginia Tech, he really pushed the collaboration idea and saying, hey, we want to set the model for how the rest of the university should collaborate in all of the research that we do. And so Tim Sands, we owe a lot to that. And I think that still continues, but you set the stage early on for that. So, it's nanotechnology, as I've learned, it's more than just a field. I mean, really, it's taking dreams and things that we never thought could exist and actually put them into work. I mean, in the medical, and of course in electric, all types of technologies there. I've learned also recently in material sciences. I've heard that actually, thanks to nanotechnology, there is self-cleaning apparel, clothes that are self-cleaning, and that, that's probably the reason I really wasn't ever interested in learning how to run a washing machine. I knew this was coming, but we've done a great thing. The celebration is not just an opportunity to look back, but it's also for all of you to get together as a community, and you can meet new people or refresh memories of others and collaborate. You maybe can challenge some of the things that we've thought we've learned in the past and whatever. So again, thank you for your attendance. The trustees appreciate, and we support this technology, and the world of nanotechnology is expanding beyond, I think, probably any of us had ever expected. So boiler up and nano down. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lehman. So today's, every speaker actually has really remarkable bios that is super long to read. And so just to save time, we have included every speaker's bio in this printed program. So please take your time throughout the day to read the speaker's bio. We are going to skip those actually during the sessions. And the second, actually, I'm going to welcome actually Ms. Diane Powell. She's the regional director of U.S. Senator Todd Young's office. So she's going to speak a few words and also read a letter from Senator Young. He couldn't join us in person today.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Good morning, everybody. I am Diane Powell. I'm the Regional Director in the Office of U.S. Senator Todd Young, and I represent the senator in this community, in this county, and a few other counties in the state. I love coming to Purdue because there's so many great things happening here, and we're celebrating one of those great things here today. And the senator has actually toured Birck several times, and I have been with him during those visits, and every time we are amazed about all the incredible technological advancements happening here, supporting our national security and defense. And today it is my honor to read a letter from your senior United States Senator, Todd Young. Dear friends, colleagues, and members of the Purdue community, it is my great honor to extend warm greetings and heartfelt congratulations as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Birck Nanotechnology Center, a true beacon of innovation, collaboration, and scientific excellence. For 2 decades, Birck has stood at the forefront of discovery, transforming not only Purdue University, but the entire landscape of nanotechnology research. What began as a bold vision has become a world-class engine of innovation, where hundreds of faculty, staff, and students work side by side with industry and academic partners to solve some of the most complex challenges of our time. Within these walls, that is the walls of Birck, breakthroughs in semiconductors, material science, and advanced manufacturing are not just imagined. They are built, tested, and refined. As we look ahead, recent investments in facility upgrades reinforce a powerful commitment to excellence, growth, and national leadership. These upgrades ensure that the Birck Center will continue to propel innovation, support the semiconductor workforce, and strengthen Indiana's role in advancing America's technological competitiveness. To the researchers, students, faculty, and staff whose dedication keeps this vision alive, and the partners and supporters whose collaboration makes it possible, thank you. Your work embodies the very best of Purdue's spirit. So today, as we honor 2 decades of vision, hard work, and discovery, we celebrate the people who make Purdue a world leader in innovation. The best is yet to come, and I have no doubt this next chapter will be even more extraordinary. Congratulations, and boiler up!
Okay, so next, actually everybody knows Professor Mark Armstrong. I probably don't need to really introduce him, but he carried the title of Chief Semiconductor Officer in the past 2 or 3 years, but now he's actually serving as a special advisor to our president. But I do want to mention a very important title that people probably don't call him anymore because of all other titles. He's actually the Don and Carol Seyfried's Distinguished Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering. So please, Mark,
okay.
you speak a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Jihong. So thank you, Jihong, and good morning, everyone. It's really great to see you all here. Jihong and her team have a tremendous day planned for us. I'm just going to share my perspective on some of the things that Gary discussed and then turn it over to Jim for his perspective. So, when I think back, I think it was the late 1990s, we had a rather small group of faculty working in the semiconductor space and what we would today call nanotechnology. We were very good, we were doing good work, but we had 2 major problems. We were under-resourced and we had laboratory facilities that were completely inadequate. And a few of us decided that something needs to be done. Cipriano Dada and I decided that we would commit the next few years to writing center proposals and see if we could bring resources here through major federally funded centers. And Jim took on the biggest challenge, was the need for improved laboratory facilities. So we got to work. This was late 1990s. We worked for a few years. We ran into dead ends. We submitted proposals that weren't successful. But the interesting thing is as we kept at it, the vision kept getting bigger and bigger. It began with a lab in electrical engineering. And we ran into some dead ends and couldn't get traction. We started thinking, well, it's really more than that. It would serve the entire College of Engineering. So the vision got bigger. We were still having trouble getting traction and things. And then the vision got even bigger. we started hearing talk about nanotechnology, and our colleagues in physics and chemistry and biology and agriculture could make use of a facility like this too. So the vision got even bigger. And then we got lucky in two very specific ways. One is that the US started talking about investing in a national nanotechnology initiative, and we realized that we don't have the facilities to be a part of this national initiative, so we had a compelling case to make. And the second way we got lucky is that Martin Jiske came. And Martin, with the support of the Board of Trustees, was determined to take the university to the next level. So it turned out, after some dead ends and hard work, we were now doing the right thing at the right time, and really the rest is history. So, you know, the other thing I'm thinking about today is the impact that something like this has on a university. So when I look out and see several of my faculty colleagues, most of you wouldn't have been here had we not had a facility that allowed you to do the work that you need to do. And it's done tremendous things for our program over this 20-year time period. But the impact when you do something as significant as this is even bigger than that. You're looking back. Now as we look forward, the nation starts talking about its semiconductor challenge, and we realize that with additional investments in Birck, we would be positioned to play a major role in helping the US address this major challenge. And with the support of our president and our board of trustees, thank you, Gary, we made additional investments in the Birck Center to position us for success with the CHIPS Act. So it's been an exciting 20 years, and I agree with Senator Young, the best is yet to come. You know, we're looking forward to the future. Now, before I turn it over to Jim, and we get Jim's perspective, you know, on how all this happened. You know, there's someone, you know, we have, you know, several special people in the audience, and you'll meet them throughout the day as our program develops. But there's someone that I'd like to recognize now. You know, the crown jewel of the Birck Center is the Cypress nanofabrication facility. This is, without a doubt, the finest academic research facility in the nation. Am I right, Ji-Hung?
Yeah, our proud to state that.
Yeah. And this is just an incredible facility, and we're really delighted that Don and his sister Ann and his son Mark and his wife Whitney and Don's grandson Ray are all here and can be with us and share with us in this event that they made possible. So I'm not going to ask you to give a speech, but maybe you could. And as Ji-Hung noticed, it's noted, you know, I have the very great honor of being the Don and Carol Cypress Distinguished Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering. And, you know, this is a tremendous honor to carry this title. And I remember back 20-some years ago when I received this honor. And of course, you're very happy when you get a chair. Think, oh, this is wonderful. And then I stopped to think, because everyone in this field knows Don Cypress and knows the contributions he made to semiconductor lasers and the impact that had on optical communications. And I thought, oh my gosh, you know, how am I going to live up to this? So thank you so much, Don, for everything that you've done for Purdue. Yeah. Now, it all began with Jim Cooper. And, you know, Jim is my long-term colleague here at Purdue. He's now the J.N. Gupta Professor Emeritus of Electrical and Computer Engineering, continues to be active in semiconductor research and supervising students in the Birck Center. And Jim is really the person who can tell us how this all happened. So, Jim?
Okay, thank you, Mark. And I'm going to use some slides, and I may need some help getting these started. So tell me what I need to do. Ji-Hung? Yep. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to stand up because when I teach, I always like to stand up and walk around. I can't see the slides if I got my back to them. But, you know, we're here today to celebrate the opening of the Birck Center 20 years ago this month. But I would like to talk take you back a little bit earlier. You've heard some of the details already, but I like to talk about how it came to be. And the story starts about 9 years earlier in 1996. So at that time, our solid-state labs were in the electrical engineering building. They were in the second floor on some converted classrooms. And the labs have actually been set up in the 1960s. Integrated circuits were invented in the late 50s. In the early 60s, ICs were becoming commercially available, and people could tell it's going to change everything. And now all of a sudden you can make a circuit in a solid block of silicon. And how do you do that? And so some faculty decided they wanted to be able to teach this to their students. And not just the theory, but they wanted to teach how do you fabricate something like that? How do you characterize it? So they set these labs up. And at the time, Purdue was one of the first universities in the country to have an integrated circuit lab in the building that students could go in and put their hands on. Now fast forward 30 years to 1996, and we were still in the same rooms. And you notice from the diagram that every one of these rooms opens into a public corridor. So this is what it looks like. This was 1996. These are a couple of my grad students. So you go into the lab, and there's one of our clean evaporators. I came here as a student in 1970, and that was an evaporator that we're using in 1970. Yeah, and here we are in 1996, and still one. Look carefully. What do you see there? Okay, liquid nitrogen spills over 30 years can take a toll on the floor. So, you know, in the building, we had the gas canisters, the roughing pumps were sitting next to the equipment and everything. So a group of faculty in the solid state area decided we needed to do something to upgrade our labs. So we got permission to go see Dick Schwartz. Now, Dick was one of the faculty who had set these up in the 1960s. He was very visionary. And we said, Dick, you need to look at our labs. And he says, I know what the labs look like. And we said, well, you need to come and see them. So he came, and he was appalled. And so he asked us to prepare a presentation that he could take to the upper administration. And so I'm going to show you some of the slides from that presentation from 1996. So what I'm showing here is 5 of our big peer institutions in the Big Ten. And the horizontal axis is the national ranking of the ECE graduate program. So you can see Illinois is 3rd in the nation. Michigan is 6th, Purdue's close behind at 8, and you have Minnesota and Penn State. And the height of the bar is the number of faculty that's using the facilities. And you can see we're all about the same. Most of us, around 20 faculty, were using the facilities. Minnesota has a little bit more. The very next slide is the same 5 schools, but the height of the bar is going to be the square feet of clean room space. And something jumps out at you right away, right? And so we said, look, how can we expect to compete against our peer institutions without adequate facilities? So most of these schools, like Illinois, Rashid, have their own building. Texas has their own building. Here's Stanford. We were competing against Stanford. This was taken in 1996 by another one of my grad students who was out there on an internship. Look at their labs. Think back to the picture I showed you a couple of slides ago of the Purdue labs. So at the same time, about, in the 1990s, nanofabrication was becoming a big thing at the federal level. And the National Nanofabrication Users Network was established in 93 by NSF, and by 98, Mike Rocco was leading a working group to talk about future federal funding, which is continuing today and growing. And so it was clear to us that if we're going to upgrade the facilities, and remember at this point, we're still thinking about just upgrading the labs in the EE building. But we really needed to be able to compete with nanotechnology. And so even in 98, we were thinking of an interdisciplinary nanotechnology facility. And we realized it would have to be campus-wide. We're asking for $30 million, $20 million for clean rooms, and $10 million for offices and labs and associated equipment. Dick took this to President Birck. President Birck supported it. He went out and sought funding. He approached the state legislature. He approached our congressional delegation. But things really took off when Martin Jischke came in August of 2000 as our 10th president. Now, President Jischke had a vision for Purdue. He says, look, Purdue is already an excellent university, but he wanted to take us to the next level. He wanted to go from excellence to preeminence. And he realized that we were being held back by our facilities. And so he supported the Nanotechnology Center, but he had a bigger vision. He envisioned having an area on campus that would house several of these multidisciplinary centers. And the Nanotechnology Center would be sort of the anchor, but then there would also be a center for biotechnology, an e-enterprise center, and a center for entrepreneurship. And it would be called Discovery Park. And that's where we are today. So we went out, started approaching our alumni for funding, and the first person to step forward was Don and Carol Cyphers. And I can't tell you, Don, how important it is to be the first one. When somebody steps up and says, I believe in this vision, I'm going to support it, other people believe and other people come and join. And it really energized us on campus. Shortly thereafter, Mike and Kay Birck committed $30 million. So we're already up to $40 million. We continued fundraising, but we had to start thinking about planning the building. And it's going to be a nanotechnology building. So what's it going to look like? Well, it's going to be interdisciplinary somehow, but who's going to be involved? What space do they need? How do they collaborate? How do you design that space? How do you figure all that out? So we pursued two different paths. The first path was to visit other facilities and other universities. So we went to Illinois, we went to Texas, Cornell. We also went to the Delco Electronics facility in Kokomo. It's a production facility, and there we met John Weaver. Now, John was the contamination control manager at Delphi, and he led us on a tour. We were so impressed with his detailed knowledge and his experience that we asked if we could borrow John as a consultant for our design. And Delco allowed us to do that, and we ended up hiring him full-time as our first facility manager. But we also visited the NIST Advanced Measurement Lab in Gaithersburg, Maryland. Now, this lab had just been built, and it was the most advanced lab in the world for nanoscale metrology. And the design team there was HDR Architecture, and their people were there, and they led us on the tour. We were very impressed with them. We ended up hiring HDR to design the Birck Center. So they came, the Birck Center was the next job they did after NIST, and they brought the learnings, the module designs that they developed for NIST, and they built them here at Purdue's campus. So you might think of the Birck Center as almost a small carbon copy of the NIST facility in Gaithersburg. Now, I said there were two thrusts. The other thrust was reaching out across campus to see who wanted to be involved and what did they need. And this is a list of the faculty. I'm not going to read the names, but I just want you to understand it was the College of Engineering, the College of Science, chemistry, physics, biology, vet med was involved. We had 6 user groups, and those people were all consulted. The other thing was we held a nanovision workshop, so we invited national experts, Clayton Teague from the National Nanotechnology Coordination Office, Jim Murday from NRL, Bill Colley from the Canadian Research Council. The architects were here, our cleanroom consultant. We had the faculty user groups. You can see the wall of cards behind this group here. And we were discussing how do you design the building? What were our specialty areas likely to be? I mean, what was nanotechnology going to turn into in the next 20 years? We didn't know. And how do you future-proof the building? And the architect team came in, and we spent a whole semester having meetings between the architecture team and the user groups. So they would have design charrettes, and each one lasted 3 days. They would meet with user groups, one group in the morning, one group in the afternoon. They would record all the comments on flip charts. Those charts would be posted on the wall, and people could come up later and write notes if they thought of something else or comments and that sort of thing. So there were a total of 6 of these from October of '01 to March of '02, and they were facilitated by George Adams and Dave Janes. So by January of '02, we had a conceptual drawing that should look familiar, and then we had construction drawings, and we went out for bid, and everybody was crossing their fingers. And the bids opening was held in April of '03, and we're celebrating because the bids came in under budget, and we were going to be able to build the building. So it's really exciting. By that time, the site preparation was underway. Here's the utility trenches being installed. The building was coming out of the ground in August of '03. The ironwork was being hung. And by January of '04, you can see the superstructures in place. By July, the building was enclosed, and we could begin the interior work. And there's a lot of interior work with all of the piping and plumbing and everything. By February of '05, that's the clean room perforated floor that's being installed. And by the summer, we were finishing, this is part of the clean build procedure. So John Weaver supervised the building of the clean room, and the final phases, the workmen were gowned up to keep the room clean as they finished the construction. There's the subfab in July, and the building opened in the fall of '05. And here's the dedication ceremony. Here's a ribbon cutting with the main donors, Don and Carol Cyphers, Bill and Mary Jane Elmore, Mike and Kay Birck. After the ribbon cutting, we had a tour for some of our distinguished alumni. Now, I'd like to leave with a final thought. I've been talking about the building, but Birck Center is not the building. Birck Center is the people. One of the unique things about the Birck Center, I think, is it was designed with so much input from the users from the very beginning. I think that's unusual at Purdue, and I think that's one of the reasons that it's been so successful. But here's some of the faculty that participated in the design discussions, brought their students out there, conducted the research in the Birck Center, and you can see several of them have gone on to leadership positions, at Purdue and elsewhere. And so that brings us back to the opening in 2005. I've been talking about the past. We're really here to talk about the future. So let's get started. Thank you.
So Jim, you are completely right. Birck Center is about people, not only about the building. So we really appreciate what you did 20 years ago. Without your effort, we wouldn't be here today celebrating our 20th anniversary. So this is a wafer with the Birck building and also the Cyphers Nano Fabrication Laboratory, actually lithography made, metallization in Birck clean room, and then with also like the 3D printed Birck Center as a stand. Thank you. Thank you for your effort. Right, so Jim shared really the beautiful Birck history. So in my presentation, in the next 15 minutes, hopefully, Mark always criticized me for speaking too long. Hopefully I will finish my thoughts actually in 15 minutes. I would like to really share or highlight what Birck is currently doing. And also, we are very lucky actually to have the new generation of Purdue leadership that are also very visionary. And they actually laid out the new visions for our entire university and for our Birck Center. And I want to tell you what we have been doing step by step to realize these visions. Here. So Jim already shared what he and the other founding members and President Jischke was doing in almost 30 years ago. Almost you spent 10 years to plan for the Birck, the Birck that we see today. And he also shared that all the history that all what the people are doing. But this afternoon, we are going to give you a tour to our facility. You will see that the Birck is not only a nanofabrication facility, but also characterization facility. The entire building is about 186,000 square feet. Right? We have the clean room, the premium clean room, the largest and the cleanest academic clean room, sci-freeze clean room in the nation. We are always very, very proud to present this facility to any visitors to our center. And then our clean room is about 25,000 square feet. 20% of space is class 1. That's the cleanest clean room classification you can reach even in semiconductor fabs. And 30% of our space is class 10, the rest is class 100. I have to say most of the universities actually start with class 100 cleanness. Right? That's how special our sci-freeze clean room is. And outside of the industry scale clean room, we also have 33,000 square feet high performance laboratory space that you will be able to tour this afternoon. But I'm not going to spend too much time on the facility itself because we are going to see in person. And Jim just described the history, how he and President Jischke actually worked very, very hard to make a Birck Center, the Discovery Park, reality. I want to highlight what President Jischke actually mentioned yesterday in the reception. He said that he was a little worried that the establishment of a Discovery Park would have stolen some thunder away from the colleges and departments. But that worry actually wasn't really necessary because more than 1,000 faculty members actually joined the research activities in Discovery Park. And then they raised more than $1 billion of funding in the first 10 years of the Discovery Park. And Birck was ranked #1 nationally in terms of having the number of nanotechnology projects funded. So this is how remarkable this Discovery Park and Birck has done for the campus. And the President Tim Sands, now the president of Virginia Tech, he was actually our second generation of a Birck director. That's how exciting our leadership has been. And as Chairman Lehman already emphasized, collaboration is really the philosophy that the President Sands was always carrying through his leadership in Birck. And that actually made Birck really the facility that the research collaborations, research groups inside of Birck quickly, rapidly increase under his leadership. You see, these are the two charts he made when he was in Birck. In 2006, when he started, we had fewer research groups, and the network of the research was much more sparse. And after 4 years, it became a much denser network, a lot of collaborations across different research groups. And this trend continuously grew after his leadership. And then we have our third generation of director, Professor Ali Shakouri. He continued this interdisciplinary collaboration, emphasis on interdisciplinary collaboration. So now we can proudly state that more than 600 users actually come to our facility annually. And they actually come from 6 different colleges, not only College of Engineering and College of Science, even College of Agricultural or Pharmaceutical, right? Many different researchers from different backgrounds. And then Professor Ali Shakouri actually brought Birck actually into the next stage. He made Birck actually as the catalyst between College of Engineering and College of Agricultural, and really to support regional development through nanotechnology. And what happens now, right? We have our new leadership, our President Mang Chiang. He became our president in 2023. Before he was our president, he actually spent a year in Washington, D.C., serving as a scientific advisor to the White House. So he actually recognized the tremendous opportunities by the CHIPS Act. And he also knows that we have really substantial faculty expertise in semiconductors on campus. And also we have the world-class Birck Nanotechnology Center. So he has convinced all the faculty on campus that the entire Purdue will be all in for the CHIPS Act. And that is the vision that he carried to us, he convinced us. And then President Mang actually decided to name Professor Mark Lundstrom the first and the only chief semiconductor officer leading the entire university efforts in semiconductor education, semiconductor research, R&D, and also the regional economic development. And so we actually, since then, we followed these 3 pillars. In April 2022, we established the first semiconductor degrees program, now supported and endorsed by 39 companies from the semiconductor industry. The next year, April 2023, we had the Board of Trustees approval of $49 million to upgrade and renovate our Birck nano facilities. And the following year, because of the entire university's buy-in and support of semiconductor education, the workforce development, and also substantial semiconductor and microelectronics research, SK Hynix has decided to build a $4 billion advanced packaging fab and R&D lab in West Lafayette, next to Purdue campus. Today, we are going to have leadership from SK Hynix in the panel and also at the dinner as a keynote speaker. So what has Birck Nanotechnology Center been doing to support all these 3 pillars? As a facility, in the past, we were only supporting kind of research, and we were providing equipment and services to researchers like PhD students for their thesis exploration. What can we do actually for the workforce development to really engage undergraduate students in our facilities? And it's exactly through the semiconductor degrees program that we have been supporting the summer camp, which is called STARS. Many of the industry partners know about the STARS. We are inviting undergraduate students into our facilities during the summers for several weeks to really get their first-hand experience of clean room fabrication. But we are doing more than that. Birck actually is now hosting one of the vertically integrated projects, an undergraduate project course, every semester since spring 2023. And these VIP projects, this one is called the Semiconductors at Birck, actually allows undergraduate students from sophomore year on to spend multiple semesters in our facilities, especially in the Cypher's clean room. Practice on semiconductor unit processes, advanced packaging process development, characterization, and even statistical process controls, SPC operation that the industry, especially the fabs, are really cares about. And so these students really become the workforce that are ready for semiconductor fabs and supply chain companies. We get really a lot of requests from our partners to recruit these students. But how can we really have these undergraduate students who have no knowledge about the clean room operation, almost have very, very little knowledge about the semiconductors coming to our facilities? This requires tremendous staff time, resources. Using our facilities do cost money, right? So it is a lot of investment. But how can we actually really grow this class in scale? And this VIP structure is really the key. So not only we have the instructors like professors and also getting really strong support from the Birck staff, engineering staff team, and also the graduate TA, these are the normal mentor group. But the student group is themselves, because the students are returning, they are coming, some of them actually stayed 4 to 5 semesters until they graduate. So they become really experts inside the clean room, not worse than the PhD students at all. Some of them are even better, right? And so they become actually the team leads of their own projects. They guide the new students, the junior students. They become the little project managers, team managers. And in this way, they also grow in terms of their professional capabilities in the project management. And in this way, that we were able to grow from a 10 people class into nowadays a 50 people class every semester. And this is a class size we have been limiting because of the limited funds that are available. So I welcome any sponsorship or support from the industry partners if you are interested in our wonderful undergraduate workforce body here. And these are some of the students from the past semesters, some quotes from our VIP alumni. Some students, after graduating, joining some of the very famous semiconductor fabs like TSMC or GlobalFoundries fabs, they actually came back to us and shared with us that the VIP program at Birck was an extraordinary experience for their personal and professional development. And some of them actually said this course has been by far the most influence for their career path. And we are as educators, we are always feeling this is the best, this is the most rewarding outcome of our efforts here. And then Birck, of course, is still a facility, right? We are trying to offer the clean room and also the characterization facilities to our researchers. And as many have already mentioned, we got the Purdue Board of Trustees support $49 million to enhance, to upgrade and enhance our capabilities. And in the following year, actually, we received ME Commons, one of the CHIPS Act programs, ME Commons Hub. Silicon Crossroads is one of the 8 hubs nationwide, and they have invested in our facilities so that we received further funding to enhance our capabilities. And this year, we are very proud to partner with the Smart USA Manufacturing Institute. And we also receive further investment from Smart USA to actually get an enhancement in our facilities. So I can proudly say in the last 2 years, we have received $75 million, more than $75 million to upgrade and renovate our facilities. This is almost double of the original investment. Of course, with inflation, I will not say it's the same equivalent values, but we are very, very lucky and fortunate actually to have this type of support from the university, from industry, and from the federal funding programs. And nowadays, we can really have most of our unit processes 8-inch compatible. We are developing industry-compatible processes, and we are able to really secure comprehensive optical, electrical, and surface characterization capabilities. Some of them are automated measurement capabilities, so we can really carry out statistical analysis. While we are more and more compatible to the industry processes, our facility will remain as one of the flexible platforms to really enable discoveries and innovation. This is half of the Birck vision for the future. I will reveal the other half after I first describe this physical path. So because of the wonderful upgrades, also the initial establishment of Birck facilities and the Cypress nano clean room facilities, and with the new upgrades, we can proudly say that we are now the nation's most advanced nanotechnology facility. We really want to be the unique platform to accelerate lab to fab transition. And with our dedicated staff, we have a team of 22 professional staff members covering both engineering and the facility support. We have the 8-inch capabilities, and we are operating with the SPC control in our facility. So really, Birck is a platform that we can work with industry partners to make the innovation from academic labs really become realities for industry applications. And we work very closely with our partners, like from IMEC and IBM, so that we can transfer our 8-inch discoveries into 12-inch, and that can become the next technology nodes in the real fabs. And we, of course, work very closely with supply chain partners, and some of them have a master research agreement with us that we are developing new materials and new processes. This is one great example that we are collaborating with IMEC. IMEC has multiple projects working with Purdue teams. This 2D materials program is housed in Birck. IMEC researchers actually working in Birck together with Birck researchers to develop the test vehicles that we can really transfer the 2D material stacks to the IMEC 12-inch facilities. And the other half of the vision is we want to accelerate lab to fab through the physical facilities. But how can we do it even faster? We believe that the virtual twin technology is really the key, really the solution. And so here, that I would really like to highlight our partnership with the Smart USA Institute. Today, we are very lucky that we have Todd Youngken, the Executive Director of Smart USA, joining us, and also Ty Middleton, the Chief Workforce Officer. Both of them are here. If you are interested in learning more about the Smart USA, they are definitely the people to go to. And then the Smart USA actually is NIST funded the 18th Manufacturing USA Institute that will focus on digital twin technology development for semiconductor industry. It is funded at the $285 million federal dollar level, and with all the partnerships, all the cost shares, it will operate at a $1 billion level in the next 5 years. And we are very proud actually to be the leading academic institution of Smart USA. So what can Birck do actually to really accelerate the semiconductor education and semiconductor R&D through digital twin or virtual twin development? Here I want to give a great example of education through virtual twin. So I just mentioned it is actually very challenging and resource heavy to really bring in undergraduate students into our facilities. And we see this is an opportunity actually for virtual twin education. So usually we use lectures. For example, Professor Dave Jens is our director of the Semiconductor Degrees program. He recorded many lectures online to give the fundamentals of semiconductor fabrication to undergraduate students or graduate students. And then we have the Birck staff members recording how to operate the tools, clean room tools, and these have become YouTube videos available for any people interested. And then we bring the students offering the in-person training. Just last week, we just heard one of our own PhD graduate students just broke one of our sputtering machine because the student forgot to withdraw the transfer rod before shutting down the gate valve. That's very unfortunate. And that's because when they are learning how to operate the tools, they only see outside of the tools. They probably don't really understand the operation mechanisms inside the tool. And this is what we are developing now. This is the first virtual twin of the PVD, physical vapor deposition system, exactly that sputtering system on the left. And our students have already developed this virtual twin model. You can see that you can go inside of the tool, not only knowing that you need to press the button to open the gate valve, you actually know why you should open the gate valve before you withdraw the transfer rod. Right? So this type of virtual twin will really provide the immersive experience to teach students how to do the semiconductor processing. And we are developing also the process twin so that they can really understand the mechanisms. And in this, the best part is it's not developed by professors or engineers or industry partners. We have our students, the first Birck VIP virtual twin student group actually developing these virtual twin models for our equipment and the processes. I know I need to hurry up. Here, this is actually our vision of how to develop digital twins. I know many partners here are interested in collaborations in digital twins. We believe that the physical facilities should work very closely with digital facilities such as Nano Hub. We are establishing a Birck dashboard that all the sensor data and the SPC data are streamed to the dashboard so that we can make them AI and machine learning ready, and we can use machine learning programs to have the anomaly detection, so that itself can improve our facility operation. And then in addition, we are going to collect all the equipment data, all the wafer data, and then feed into our digital twin modeling. We believe a hybrid model of physical simulation and the surrogate simulation need to be combined as a hybrid platform to really become the digital twins. And with AI agents, we believe that we will be able to have autonomous experimentation inside of our facilities. That's our future vision, to really sustain this facility to be the world class, to be one of the best facilities in the country. And with this, I would really like to welcome collaborations either on the physical side or on the virtual side, and thank you for your attention. I know I'm taking a longer time. So now we are going to start the President Forum. We have our President Mangqiang here joining us. Thank you, President. And Mark is going to be the moderator of this President Forum.
How's life in Virginia? Is the election top of mind? Okay. Mr. President, please. Where do you want me to sit?
Why don't you sit right there?
Put your name tag.
Oh,
There we go. Great.
okay, there we go.
Perfect.
Can I get one of those?
Anybody else need a? Okay. All right. Good morning again. The spotlights are kind of intense, but they're out there, Martin. Yeah. All right. So it's my honor to moderate the first panel, and this is the president's panel. And we're fortunate to have with us 3 university presidents who played an important role and are playing an important role in the history of Birck. So first of all, Martin Jischke. So Martin served as the 10th president of Purdue from 2000 to 2007, I believe. Before that, he was at Iowa State and the chancellor at the University of Missouri-Rolla, so a lot of presidential experience. And I think we could call you the father of Discovery Park. Is that? Tim Sands is the 16th president of Virginia Tech. Before that, he served as provost of Purdue University and acting president. And he's now been at Virginia Tech, what did you say, 12 years? So time flies. And before that, he was director of the Birck Nanotechnology Center. And he came to Purdue after 9 years at UC Berkeley. And then at the end is President Meng Chang. So President Chang is the Roscoe H. George Distinguished Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering and our 13th president of Purdue University. And previously here at Purdue, he served as Executive Vice President for Strategic Initiatives and Dean of Engineering for about 5 years. And he came to Purdue from after 13 years at Princeton. So we're delighted that you're all with us today. So what I'd like to do is to begin the panel by asking each of you a different specific question, all right? And then there are a couple of questions I will ask you all to respond to. So to begin, Martin, you know, as you think back to the history of all of this, you know, what led you to the conclusion that a Discovery Park was needed at Purdue? Where did this idea come from? And how did it come that the Birck Nanotechnology Center was one of the first institutes in Discovery Park? So, there you go. Yep.
Okay. There were two very important facts of life for me as president here at Purdue that led to Discovery Park. First, the Board of Trustees, very ably led by Tim McGinley, who's in this audience, told me that there were 3 priorities I had to have in order to fulfill their hopes for the university. The first one was develop a strategic plan, and the language of that, take Purdue to the next level. They never told me what the next level was, but it was up, that was for sure. Second, they wanted a fundraising campaign. And third, they wanted the university to play a more prominent role in the economic development of Indiana. So that was sort of the marching orders for the president. And when I showed up, the second thing that was important in the development of Discovery Park, of all the things I learned the first year as president of Purdue, I was genuinely surprised at how low the funding for research was. Purdue was not competing for external funding in research, and I was almost dumbfounded by it because Purdue had a pretty good reputation as a university. Just to give you a sense of the difference, the first year I was here, Purdue got something like $150 million in research grants. At Iowa State, where I had been president, had a smaller faculty and almost twice that level of research funding. So I quickly concluded if we're going to get to the next level, we're going to have to make that number bigger. And all of that was reinforced when I started asking questions like, what's your goal for research this year? And I got this blank look, and there was no goal. There was very little interdisciplinary work. The College of Agriculture, by its very nature, had interdisciplinary work, but the rest of the university, very, very little. And the support staff didn't do much to help improve the quality of the proposals that came out of Purdue. There just wasn't much of a staff. So I asked myself, how can we deal with this? And I came up with the idea of Discovery Park. The language came as we were preparing a proposal that was invited by the Lilly Endowment. I tried to capture the idea of Discovery Park in a way that would be transparent and obviously aligned with the emerging view within the state of Indiana that there were 4 priorities for the development of the economy: advanced manufacturing, biosciences, digital businesses, and a more entrepreneurial mentality in Indiana. And so I had 4 centers for the Discovery Park. I sold the Nanotechnology Center by saying it was the most advanced of manufacturing that I could think of at the time. Second, we had a bioscience center. There was some very, very strong people. I'm thinking of Professor Rossman, who was a world-class biologist. The E-Enterprise, the third one, was led by Joe Peckney out of chemical engineering. And he was very, very much involved in the emerging digital economy. And then Bert Morgan paid for the Morgan Building, which was the place where we were trying to develop a more entrepreneurial environment at Purdue. One example, and I don't know if the director of the entrepreneurial program, but I was curious about how many of our students would be interested in becoming entrepreneurs. And so we started a 4-course sequence, and students could sign up for this and get a certificate. And I was hoping we could get 1,000 students. Well, 20 years later, we have 3,000 students in the entrepreneurship program here at Purdue. So the 4 elements of the Discovery Park very much played to strengths that Purdue had, is aligned with the direction that the state of Indiana was trying to develop. And frankly, I had a number of potential donors, and that was the thought process that led to Discovery Park. Just one last comment. My only concern when we started talking about Discovery Park is how the faculty, and particularly the academic administration, would react to a university-wide set of research centers. It wasn't clear to me that they would support it. I got lucky. As you heard, roughly 1,000 of the faculty participated in Discovery Park, which frankly blew me away. I was really surprised at how rich and exciting the people at Purdue, the faculty in particular, that there would be such opportunities. And the Birck Nanotechnology Center in some ways is maybe as amazing as any of the centers in the scale of it, the amount of money we were able to raise, and the impact that it's now having, frankly, at a national level. So it's been enormously successful.
Yeah.
Let me stop there. I'll take questions later.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Martin. We are all really fortunate that you had this vision 20-some years ago. So we're all benefiting from that now. Tim, you served as second director of the Birck Center. The building had been built. Things were in operation. Faculty were in the center. But as Jim mentioned, a successful research center is much more than a building and facilities. And you spent a lot of time, I think, building this ecosystem and this collaborative environment. Could you share with us, some of the lessons you learned and what it takes to build a collaborative, effective research ecosystem like the kind you helped to build?
Well, sure. Thanks, Mark. And just before I start that line of thought, I just wanted to thank Martin for, I wouldn't have come to Purdue were it not for your vision. I remember showing up here, I was on sabbatical at IMEC in Belgium, which is a full circle. And somehow you all convinced me to leave my sabbatical for a few days and come back and take a look at Purdue. And I saw the vision for Discovery Park, and that's it. Just amazing, and all the talent we already had in the semiconductor area was just so impressive. So thank you for that. When I arrived, I was a faculty member. In about 2006, I became director, and we were moving into the building, as you heard. And it was apparent to me that the building had been designed to foster collaboration. That was besides the incredible facilities we had with the Cyphers NanoFab lab and all the adjoining labs, it was organized in a way that really fostered collisions. And the virtual center that had existed a couple of years before it was doing a great job. I mean, Jim and Dick did a fantastic job of corralling the faculty, looking for who was willing to join, not forcing people to do it, and talking about how they were going to collaborate. But here I got to come in when the building was there and really start to think about how physically to do that. And it became immediately apparent that we had something like 12 different disciplines, 40-some faculty, and 200 grad students, and they were the engine of this. They were the ones that were going to make it work. We've been through COVID, and everybody was working remotely, and we realized how important it was to be together. But that building, the Birck Nanotechnology facility, was really designed for collaboration. So we had one thing that I learned is that it's the grad students who are the cross-pollinators. The faculty respect each other's fields, and they respect them too much to really be the ones to start something new that might invade someone else's space. And the grad students don't care about that. They don't know enough to know that this is in this corner and this is in that corner. So one of the things we did that I think really helped was to put the graduate students, to mix them up, basically. They were not assigned by by group. They were actually mixed up in a way that had more to do with their personalities than anything else. And that turned out to be incredibly helpful for accelerating collaboration. And as you saw with the slides that Jihong showed, we did focus on celebrating the successes, and that included collaboration. So every year we put up another network slide just to show how the density was increasing. I think that was a psychological message that people saw when they walked through the lobby that, hey, we valued people working together across disciplines. I could go on, but it's just a really wonderful experience. I've taken what I learned during my period in the Birck Center and tried to apply it to everything else I'm doing. And a lot of that is around collaboration.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, Jim. And then let's turn to Meng. So Meng, when you stepped in as the 13th president of Purdue, Birck was 18 years old. And, but you decided early on under your leadership to make some significant new investments. And I'm wondering if you could share with us what your thinking was at that time, why it is you decided that we needed to make these additional investments in Birck, you know, maybe what some of the initial outcomes have been. We had a letter read here earlier from Senator Young, who made a comment that I think most of us agree with, that the best is yet to come. So as you look to the future, you know, where do you see the opportunities for Birck in the next 20 years?
Well, thank you, Mark. First of all, when Birck turned 18, I already turned 21 years old. So I was able to stand on the shoulder of the giants here, and it wasn't hard to persuade a very supportive board of trustees. You saw Chairman Lehman just not long ago to continue to invest, and indeed with a target of $100 million, the first half of which already have been deployed, because everybody appreciates how Birck Nanotechnology Center is the crown jewel of this amazing public university. And I want to, again, acknowledge the fantastic vision that President Jischke, that you created, you pioneered. And I'm happy to report that with the great work of our faculty and students, we're able to this year break, for the first time, $1 billion of total research expenditure at your university. Now, I want to also thank the founding benefactors and donors, including the Cypress family, including the Birck family, and many others. And I want to thank the leaders, starting with Professor Jim Cooper. Thank you, Jim. And by the way, we're still benefiting from your great patents. Passing the baton here to Tim Sands and to all the other directors since, and all the great faculty members and students and staff, to make sure that this fabulous vision gets to be beautifully executed. And that's been just the most amazing 20 years. Thank you so much. Now, we all know, I'm preaching to the choir here in this room, that semiconductors, it is the foundation of national security, economic security, and job security in the United States. And semiconductors is the essential layer in the trusted AI tech stack. Because without the semiconductors, there's not going to be that data center for AI or edge compute for AI with all the great physical AI or large language models you enjoy out there today. And Senator Young has been an outstanding leader and partner with the CHIPS and Science Act and all the support that he gave us. And he was there along with then NSF Director Punch in the ribbon cut last year of our expanded version. We have indeed the best clean room, the Cypress clean room in the entire United States academia. I'm going to continue to make sure that remains the case, because I've heard a few other universities such as MIT, you know, they are pretty competitive as well. But I think we've got the best densified cluster of interdisciplinary researchers in the space, better than anywhere else in the country. Not just in one, but multiple colleges and across many departments throughout the past 2 decades. And we're going to later double click, but I want to also thank Professor Mark Lundstrom for being an incredible partner with me and all of you, and the industry partners as the Chief Semiconductor Officer at Purdue, in both pushing the frontiers of education and research, as well as industry and like-minded countries partnerships. And every one of those 4 cylinders we can double click. I'm just so blessed and proud to say I wake up every morning thinking that, well, even though I'm no longer a real engineer, I get to help amplify and accelerate and celebrate the great work done here at Birck every day. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mung, and thank you all. So, you know, a couple more questions that I'll ask each of you to respond to for a few minutes, and then if we have time, maybe we have time for questions from the audience. We'll see how it goes. You know, so as we've heard now several times, Birck, it really took a bold vision and leadership to create Discovery Park and Birck. And, you know, one of the things that I like about this whole experience is it was faculty initiated. Right? It started with that fellow over there. And something, you know, very big happened. And, you know, we have a lot of faculty that have big plans and bold ambitions. And, you know, what lessons, you know, from your perspective as university presidents, you have many faculty who have big plans and bold visions. What lessons can we learn about how you turn these into reality? What advice can we give to faculty who are looking to do big things? What does it take to do something like a Birck Nanotechnology Center, in your experience? Martin, I'll begin with you.
I think maybe the simplest way to describe the faculty's interest is they're always looking for support, financial money. And in the case of Birck, I thought it was a project of the dean because he's the one that told me about it. And he said, we've got talented faculty, Mark, Jim, somebody named Shalev. I mean, there's an amazing number of people, but they were all, at least I was told, they were mostly theoretical people doing that kind of research, and we didn't have adequate facilities to do laboratory experiments. And Dick Schwartz said to me, we need a laboratory building. And I'm the brand new president trying to figure out how we can have a fundraising campaign. Well, Birck was the first one at the door. It wasn't Birck, it was the Nano building. And then a student named Breeze took us to the Rose Bowl in 2001, and I invited Mike Birck to breakfast in my suite in Los Angeles, and I gave him a pitch about a new laboratory facility that we thought would cost $60 million. That's the estimate that Jim Cooper and Dick Schwartz put together. And I explained to him why it was a wonderful idea. We had this strength in the faculty in the theoretical side, and I thought that it fit the plans that Indiana had for its economy. I sold the nanotechnology laboratory building as the most advanced of advanced manufacturing. People believed me. And at the end of this breakfast, Mike Birck said to me, you know, this is something that we may want to do. And I thought to myself, I got him. And that was presumably half the cost of the building. And I want to add my thanks to the Cypress family. Mr. Cypress, Dick Schwartz and I flew out to California maybe a month or so after the Rose Bowl, and Mr. Cypress was very generous, and he committed $10 million. I want the record to show that he sent us $10 million in shares of his company. But when we sold the shares, which is the policy of the university, we got 15 million. So I take it to be a $15 million gift. Thank you. It was magic. I've done a lot of fundraising in my career. But in a period of about 2 months, we had 3/4 of the money for the center, and because of the size of the lead gift by Mike and Kay Birck, we had 3/4 of the money for the building in a couple of months. And I knew there were other double E's and engineering graduates who were successful, and I was really dazzled by how quickly people decided to invest in us for not just the Birck building, but all of Discovery Park. We ended up raising over $100 million for Discovery Park. It was absolutely amazing. And I must tell you, it's a very personal thing for me, 20 years later, here, it's amazing what has happened. And I can't tell you how pleased I am at the success of the idea and the amazing people here at Purdue, like Mark and others, who have really transformed, I believe, transformed the research enterprise of Purdue. We are a major player nationally now in a way that wasn't true when I first came, and it's just wonderful, just absolutely wonderful.
Thank you, Martin. We really do thank you for everything you've done. So, Tim, to continue, how do big things happen at Virginia Tech?
Well, I could just say what I learned from the experience at Purdue, at the Birck Nanotechnology Center and Discovery Park, was to go big and to combine cluster hiring with world-class facilities, whatever that means for the interdisciplinary domain you're in. I've seen a lot of cluster hiring where universities try to go and hire a bunch of people in a given area, but if they don't have the facilities that will allow them to lead, and I mean facilities in the broadest sense, you're not going to be able to attract them. I mean, the experience with Birck was incredible because we had I think we co-chair that,
right,
that committee. We had 25 slots all at once. There was not like do one a year. It was just go get 25 of the best people in 5 or 6 different domains and bring them to the Birck Center. And it worked. We really brought some incredible talent. And I think having that cluster hiring along with, which was part of your program, but increased the faculty by 300, part of the cluster hiring plus the facilities, that made the difference. So I've always kept that in mind as we try to build things at Virginia Tech, for example, that you can't just go and grab people. You got to have some compelling reason to get them there. And you also have to go for scale right off the bat. Even if you don't quite get there, you have to at least have a big enough vision that people get excited. And ultimately, as a faculty member, I always wanted to be around people that I respected and that knew more than I did. And that's a snowball kind of effect. It's very nonlinear. I felt that when I first came to Virginia Tech, meeting with the folks in this room, with Jim and Mark and Suprio and Vlad and all these folks that, just inspired you, that you knew things I didn't know. And that just was very compelling. And I had seen the vision, so I kind of knew where it was headed. It was so much fun, though, to recruit when we actually had something tangible. It was incredible.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Tim. And then, Mong, the same question to you. And, this is, semiconductors, nanotechnology is not the only big thing happening at Purdue. So, how do big things happen? What advice do you give deans and department heads and faculty who are looking to accomplish big things, bold ambitions?
Well, Purdue is about excellence at scale, and we have to dream big and aim one break higher every single day. But I want to first echo what the two presidents have said. Well, Martin, we may not be going to Rose Bowl this season, but next season. But we do intend to go to Indianapolis for Final Four yet again, and so maybe I should have some conversations with our outstanding Boilermaker supporters while we are at the basketball game. Again, thank you so much, the Cypress family. And I think Tim hit the nail on the head. It is the who before the what. It's all about a talent acquisition and retention strategy. How do we recruit, retain, and reward and let loose the best talents and let them do what they choose to do? And Purdue is a very humble place, but we got to be proud of the people that we're able to recruit and retain and reward. It's just like the transfer portal. And by the way, the faculty are free agents every season as well, right? And we want to create an environment that they want to be here. They say, I've got my colleagues here, I've got the facilities here, I've got my industry partners here, I've got amazing students here, and we align the incentives so that people can work together towards big things, transformative things, and then maybe the presidents get out of their way, at least I should. Now, I want to just tell you the amazing education, research, and partnership work that our incredible faculty have been able to achieve. And I'm gonna miss a whole lot. This is just a very random sample, but think about education here, the unique opportunities that Birck has been able to unlock for our undergrad and graduate students. Think about, I know there are a lot of great work in quantum and other areas, but just within semiconductors alone, right? We have the SDP, the nation's first comprehensive large-scale semiconductor degrees program, going all the way to freshmen. And I see the co-chair of the industry leadership board, or Kayvon, a Boilermaker here, leading that effort from the industry angle, along with Mark and others. We have SCALE, the DoD program, a national consortium involving universities and the community college. I see Peter and many others here working very hard. It is the largest such consortium in the country, a model for DoD and all the other agencies. I see the latest NSF support for our CHIPS Hub, right, based on Nano Hub, and that is the virtual collaboration platform, and Hub Zero, and now CHIPS Hub. There are so many great educational impact that our faculty and staff have been able to make. If you think about research, well, that is a long, long list. Now, as Ji-Hong just highlighted earlier, think about the Manufacturing USA Institute, right? Smart USA Digital Twin. There's one and only one winner, right? And that's the SRC-led coalition where Purdue is a primary university partner. Think about the DoD ME Commons, where Purdue being the primary university partner and Indiana as a state-led effort, along with a few other neighboring states, one of the 8 winners in the country, and now we're looking at the moonshot opportunities with Department of Commerce as well. Think about all the great work in advanced packaging, honoring John Atala, because this started way back when, back in the 40s, our physics and engineering departments were able to pioneer so many new materials and so many new architectures. And John Atala, you know, one of the co-inventors in 1959 while he was at Bell Labs, but Boilermaker, Egyptian-American, PhD mechanical engineering here in the 50s, invented the MOSFET, right? 10 to the power 23 or 24. I don't know how many NVIDIA chips are shipped every day now, but the largest quantity of human-made artifact in human history, right? Co-invented by Boilermaker, all the way. And if you think about the partnership, I want to take a moment to thank all the great industry partners here in the room, because we've been working on this together for so many years. I cannot say thank you enough. Starting with SK Hynix, right? $3.9 billion to start with the advanced packaging site for memory, AI, high bandwidth memory products. And by the way, they are leading the world in that. Congratulations. I know they're doing very, very well. You invested 10 years ago, just like Purdue invested 20 years ago into the high end, the HBM. And now you are leading the world every year in and year out. We also got 2 other companies with actual physical sites of their own here in our Discovery Park district, including IMEC and MediaTek. I want to thank you both as well very much. You had a lot of choices, just like SK Hynix, but you look at Purdue, you look at Birck, you look at Cypress, not only because it's the most popular selfie spot, all the cabinet secretaries take selfie, all the senators take selfie there right in front of your clean room. We should start charging people for taking selfies. Tuition freeze and future research support revenue. And but because they look at the workforce, they look at the research innovation talent, and they look at the industry-friendly atmosphere here at Purdue for so many years and decades. So thank you, IMEC, and thank you, MediaTek, which are, by the way, also doing so well in their own endeavors. We also have other companies working with us. It's a long list, but part of that long list include TSMC, right, with workforce development, Intel with some of the research, and TSMC and Synopsys also with the Secure Microelectronic Ecosystem Research Center. That's one of the other many centers we have in that space. I want to thank IBM. I want to thank Global Foundries for their research collaborations. I want to also thank some of the great tool makers, including ASML, right? Another Boilermaker right there. ASML is working with us so hard, and a lot of the students, right, now they all know all the four-letter acronyms. They no longer confuse, right, TSMC and ASML and so on, right? Because they all love it. Thousands of students expressing great interest over there. And we have many other great industry partners as well. Now, just one more word. We also have other like-minded countries partnerships. Some of them are funded by US government as well, including, yes, well, already mentioned South Korea and Europe and Taiwan, but also with India, a big effort over there, with Central American countries, and with Japan. And if you look at the map of industry, right, all the way, the whole AI tech stack, by the way, all the way to small modular reactor, that's another day, another time. Purdue is leading because we're leading together with all the industry partners. So thank you too.
Okay, thank you, Martin. As you were talking about all these wonderful things that are happening, I'm thinking back, virtually none of that would have happened had we not invested in the Birck Center 20 years ago. So it has really had enormous impact on this university. We have time for one more question, and it's kind of a big question, but we're going to have to be brief. And we have a panel devoted to this question that will follow the next panel discussion. But as university presidents, this is probably on your mind right now. We're at an interesting time for research universities. The model we've had for funding, for the federal government funding research universities that began 75 years ago when the National Science Foundation was created, seems to be changing. And what does the future research environment look like? What do research universities need to be doing in order to maintain strong and healthy research programs for the next 20 years? So it's kind of a wide open question. And I know, Martin, you've had a lot of experience with ups and downs of university life and funding situations over the years. So do you have any thoughts or advice for university presidents these days as we look to the future?
Yes. I'm personally very, very, very concerned about the beginning of efforts to bring pressure to bear on universities that ultimately reduce their capacity to do research. In particular, grants are being pulled back, and there's a political component to this that I think particularly public universities, but I think universities in general can't play the political game. It's a loser for us. We have to take the country's interest, not the politics interests. I have hope that people will in time realize how the United States has become the most remarkable nation in the world that has its roots in part in the universities, in the people from around the world who have come to our universities to study, and they lead some of the most important companies of the United States in a more thoughtful and less political relationship between the country and its government and these universities. So I would urge the presidents that are working today to be very, very careful about the politics. We're not designed for that. And deliver what's in the interest of those who support us, be they the federal government, the state government, various companies. Our job is education, research, extension. That's what we do, and there's no room, and it will destroy that set of relationships if we get in the middle of the politics.
Okay, all right, thank you. Tim, your thoughts?
I agree with everything Martin just said, but let me add a little bit about what I think our opportunities are going forward. I really think there are two areas where universities will distinguish themselves. One is in partnerships, and Purdue is probably the leader in that across the country. I'm just so impressed with what's happened even in the last 10 or so years since I've been here, just the density and depth of partnerships across sectors. It's industry, it's government, local government, whatever it may be, but and international as well. The other thing that I think is going to be really important is to go back to our roots, and Martin just touched on it when he said extension. One of the things that I think the universities that will thrive in the future will all have this characteristic. They'll be embedded in their communities, and they'll not just be an ivory tower, so to speak, but kind of an inside-out university that is everywhere its partners are. That's challenging to do because it's much easier to work in one place, but we've noticed at Virginia Tech, similar to Purdue, we have a great advantage in being a land-grant university. We're already culturally engaged. I mean, I look back on 100 years plus of our agricultural research and extension centers, which in Virginia there are 11 of them, and they're distributed all over the Commonwealth. And what the characteristic is that we bring our research and our teaching and our community engagement to a local economy in a theme that is in support of that economy. You know, for example, there's a seafood ARAC in Hampton, Virginia. The seafood industry is all clustered there. We serve them directly. And we have our health science and technology campus in Roanoke, Virginia, because our main clinical provider is there in Roanoke, and that's Carillion Clinic. And then we have our Institute for Advanced Computing in Alexandria, 4.5 hours away from Virginia Tech and Blacksburg, because that's where our partners are. So I think that distributed university model where we're embedded with our community is really going to insulate us against the politics. You know, when everybody in the community knows who you are, everybody in your state knows who you are, and they appreciate, because you've touched their lives in some way or another, you are insulated from a lot of that political back and forth. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to define the future university. Our land grants already have that culture. We just need to double down on it.
Okay. All right.
Two outstanding presidents have said it so well, and congratulations, by the way, Tim, on your fabulous leadership of Virginia Tech. We learn a lot from Virginia Tech all the time these days. Well, we hope that, as President Jiske alluded to, we remain non-political, non-partisan, and focus on our core mission. So far, we've been able to be relatively serene, sturdy, and strategic, given everything else going on in American higher education. Now, we've got a lot of great work ahead of us. And if we work together as we have been, I believe we can continue to revolutionize the AI tech stack and all the impact to society. For example, if you think about a moonshot of energy efficiency, Yes, maybe small modular reactor is going to be able to help, but you still want to be more power efficient across the layers and from algorithmic, architecturally, all the way to your material. And along that tech stack to enhance power efficiency, right? 10x, 100x, even more. We've got great opportunities here to work on that together. Take another moonshot. Think about deep automation and lights out, manufacturing in general, maybe, whether it's pharmaceutical or aerospace or digital ag, but also in semiconductor manufacturing and packaging as well. That deep automation requires a lot of deep thinking, and we've got, again, great leaders to do that together, right? Think about virtualization. This is a physical space. But as we have seen in Jihong's demonstration, you're all encouraged to try it out. We have outstanding partnership with Dassault Systems, among others, Apple as well. Now they have a spatial compute hub here on campus. And try it out. I tried it out. It was just remarkable. And we can do a lot more along those lines. And then through the NSF hub, give it out to the rest of the country for that workforce development. Because with all these trillions of dollars of data center, with all these 10 to the incredibly large number of power of the chips being made and all kinds of chips, well, who's going to be the workforce to make that happen, right? We need that here in this country. There are many other great moonshots we have, and people have been thinking that, oh, gee, the golden days is over. Well, no, not in semiconductor, not in quantum, not in physical AI. Now, I just want to say one more word of thanks to a lot of my colleagues, because I see not only the deans and heads and directors, but a lot of the faculty members, from assistant professors to distinguished ones. And well, thank you so much, because I know that it's been a lot on your plate for the past 3-4 years in particular. Ever since Mark Lundstrom has been a chief semiconductor officer, he has not given us a single day of a rest. Although he's been working 24/7 himself, a little bit different from the sabbatical you envisioned beforehand. And it takes a toll on people. I know that, right? I mean, you've got kids, you've got family, and you've got Sunday plans and weekend plans, and you got to do teaching and research and engagement, and it's just nonstop, 24/7. And why? Why would you do that? It's really because you love this university environment where you can be supported to do what you want to do. You wake up every day not because of the paycheck. You come to this amazing Birck Nanotechnology Center with the Cypress Clean Room in Discovery Park at Purdue University in West Lafayette because you say, I want to be there. So I hope that we continue not disappoint you by working equally hard to support you. Thank you.
So I think in the interest of time, we should probably wrap up the panel discussion. It's been a fascinating discussion. So thank you all for joining us. Let's thank our panel one more time. An 8-inch, 200-millimeter wafer showing the Birck Nanotechnology Center. And, you know, you've been instrumental in making this happen, so we want to present this memento to you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Some of you may not know that my own academic field is aeronautics and mechanical engineering. I know next to nothing about electrical engineering, so I'm probably the only person in the United States with this kind of recognition. Thank you. Good being with you.
Probably we have to cancel the break, but if you want to take a restroom break or get coffee or drinks, please feel free to step out. And we will start the second panel.
I don't know what happened to it. Me to set this in the back for you and get it to you in a little bit. Sure. So you don't have to carry it around.
Where are you? Still here? Nano Hub? No chip factory? Are you engaged in work settings? Somewhat. I mean, I sit in DLR. And actually the digital twin stuff. 25 years? It's good to see you. Yeah. I'll take this home. Okay. I told you this before. I would not have come here without Discovery Park. It was always clear. So it was a good thing. Wow. This is the second anniversary celebration. The first one was late, and now this one. I can't tell you how it touched me that was great. When I started all of this 20 years ago. It's weird. I mean, it takes a while. It takes a while, right? But I saw it very clearly, and I think I told you this before. I left at 94, never to come back. I was a student. I got my PhD. But you did come back. Right, but I would not have if it weren't for you. It was very clear. It was very clear. Good luck. Keep up the good work. Yeah, we sort of renewed from Nano Hub into chipset. So now we're going to do chip design, which is right aligned.
There. How are you? I'm doing well. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. It's a busy day. Yes. Yeah, it's great. Well, I was trying to do my other job, back in DC. It's a bit of a crazy week for it's a big legislative push because the House is out, the Senate is out. Oh, you still out today?
So I would like to invite the second panel to the stage.
So I guess you are here.
Yeah, you are the first. Ali, do you have a seat or you have to
I will
stand?
stand. Yeah, that's good to see you. Time flies. Good to see you. Could we take a little chat?
All right.
Should we go outside?
Yeah. Can we go outside to get people in? Can we get people in? Okay, we are going to start the second panel. I would like to introduce the panel moderator, Professor Ali Shakuri. He's a professor of electrical and computer engineering. And more importantly, he was the third generation of Birck director. I introduced actually in my presentation how he actually raised the Birck to be really fulfill the land grant mission of Purdue and being part of the regional development. So Ali, I would like you to introduce you and also ask you to introduce all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zihang. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, time flies. I remember 10 years ago we were celebrating Birck's 10th year anniversary, and could we have predicted what we will do in 10 years? So the question is, do we do a better job predicting the next 10 years? It's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panel. Start with Rashid Bashir, who is the Dean of Engineering at our University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. He was actually one of the founding faculty members at the Birck Center. Then we have Leland Cogliani, who is a senior principal and energy practice lead at Louis Birck Associates. Next is our own Dan DeLaurentis, who is executive vice president for research. And finally, we have Ian Steff, who is CEO of My Silicon Compass and the former US Assistant Secretary of Commerce, who played some role in the CHIPS Act early on. So before we start the panel, since the topic of the panel is about the endless frontier, maybe I should give some background. Right after the Second World War, Vannevar Bush, who was a science advisor to the president and a former dean of engineering at MIT, wrote this endless frontier as a roadmap of what US should do. And this endless frontier was the beginning of National Science Foundation, NIH, and other agencies, and have really shaped the research in US. One of the quotes from Vannevar Bush's Endless Frontier is, today is truer than ever, than basic research is the pacemaker of technological progress. And because of the importance of basic research, a lot of attention was paid right after the Second World War. What is interesting is that over the years, people have looked at this and questioned it. In the case, so one of the influential works is the book Pasteur Quadrant that came out in '97. Don Stokes mentioned, his quote, "Annals of the Science suggest that this premise, that progress uniformly flows from scientific discovery to technological innovation, has always been false." Some would argue that what is happening in technology also is inside the progress. And Venki Narayana-Murthy in the last 10, 15 years have done a lot of thinking. I've written books about this, where he calls cycles of innovation and invention and how the two are coupled and we cannot separate it. So with that introduction about how science, technology, basic and applied research are coupled, and the fact that there's big changes on the national perspective, maybe I should highlight the recent Office of Management and Budget and Office of Science and Technology memo, who mentioned that the administration realigns the federal government role in the science and technology enterprise to focus on R&D that is purpose-driven and unequivocally beneficial to the American people.
agencies may need to reorganize and consolidate their effort in this area. So the first question for each of the panelists is, are we at the end of this shared understanding that shaped our federal landscape in the last 75 years? What changes we expect? Less federal funding? Are there more emphasis on applied research, or what else? Maybe we can start with Rashid Bashir.
All right, well, thank you very much for the question. Great to see all of you here. I'm really very happy to be here today as well. I'm actually a product of Purdue University, as many of you know. Got my PhD here, and I was also here at the 10th year anniversary, so this is really great to be back. So congratulations to everyone. I was on one of the committees that Jim talked about. And I also want to just take this moment to thank Mark. Him and my advisor here, Professor Nudek, were the ones that really convinced me to come back from industry to academia, actually. So, and I was back here at Purdue for 10 years. So I think the question is actually a very important one, and I mean, I hope that we're not at the end of that era that's being talked about. I do very firmly believe myself that fundamental research, basic curiosity-driven research, is what drives technological innovation. So we have to endure this test that we're going through, but we need to be mindful, and we do need to adapt and change and respond to what's happening globally and nationally. But before the Vanover-Bush statement and article, I do want to point out another very interesting read that I would encourage you to. I don't know how many of you have heard of Abraham Flexner. He did the medical curriculum review in 1910, by the way, which I got to learn about that because we started this new medical school at UIUC, which was the world's first engineering-based medical school. But Abraham Flexner, he wrote a book called The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge. It's like $10 on Amazon, so you have to buy that and read it. It was in 1937, actually, and he was the founding director of the Institute for Advanced Studies at Princeton, which brought Einstein. He was instrumental in bringing Einstein to the US. So this very staunch believer of the usefulness of what might appear to be useless knowledge. And the best things have come by basic human curiosity, by people just really wanting to answer fundamental questions and not necessarily be driven by the application itself per se. So I do think that that's what universities are good at. That was mentioned earlier by President Iski and many others. It's really important to make sure that we don't lose that. We cannot lose that completely, of course. But I think what we should do is talk about what should the portfolio be, what sort of % of industry and applied research we want to do in collaboration with industry. I would argue that at this time, and hopefully we can have more discussion on that, at this time we are in a very unique time as well, where there is a handful of technologies, I think many of them were mentioned earlier too, whether it's quantum computing, whether it is truly immersive AI and autonomy, whether it is micronuclear reactors, whether it is fusion reactors, whether it is gene editing with CRISPR, which is just really going to start to take off now. So there is a handful of technologies that you need to also think very large and think big systems. So for quantum computing, for example, you have to get to, the belief is, and we all believe that, you got to get to a million qubit scalable computer to show fault tolerance and to show the real power of quantum computing. Well, you need to work with industry. And there are some companies that are already actually now ahead, I would argue, in terms of getting demonstration systems set up, whether it's IBM, whether it's PsiQuantum, whether it is Inflection. When you talk about now fusion reactors, for example, there are companies that are already starting to be formed. Tokamak Energy is one of the leading companies, for example, that is looking for a site in the US in the next 10 years. So I think it's also a time to then think big and think systems. And in that domain, I think it's really also important to then partner with industry and collaborate to really grow the collective innovation capacity. So I hope that frontier has not ended and will not end. There is many, many important and foundational discoveries to be made, but there's also some really important discoveries to be made now by thinking systems and by having large demonstration systems and large, ideas that take us to that next level of innovation and discovery.
Thank you very much, Rashid. Leland, next.
Sure. So I can offer my perspective more from the congressional side. I live in D.C., working very closely with Congress and the Trump administration and the executive branch agencies. So, the first question is it at the end of an era for shared understanding? The answer is yes. I think we are now emerging into the third era, where it isn't just pure basic discovery science, lots of money thrown at research universities and research infrastructure, just for the sake of discovery. Congress in particular appreciates discovery science, but they feel like we're losing the race. China is very good at the translational and commercialization. They take our roadmaps, they've built their own national lab and university systems, and have mimicked and copied what we've done, but actually are commercializing and deploying technologies faster than we are. So there's this lack of patience in terms of we'll discover something and eventually it'll happen. And there's a lot more interest in investing in these critical and emerging technology areas as well as in energy systems to maintain, their words, right, energy dominance and for US competitiveness. And so what that looks like in the future is part of the discussion, right? Research universities need to be a part of it, but much, much more is what we've already seen in the trend with industry partnerships, partnerships with philanthropy, partnerships with foundations, and how do we accelerate commercialization and deployment. The second question was money. I sat on Senate Appropriations Committee and provided funding for federal programs in all these areas. It's not necessarily less. Yes, the Trump administration has proposed less money for key science agencies that we care about, like NSF and NASA, DOE, and even DoD R&D programs. Congress so far has maintained relatively stable funding, if not increased them. Yes, we're shut down, but at some point that will end. And as you've seen across the bills that Congress has marked up, including a Republican-controlled House, they've actually rejected the funding cuts and would actually provide increases in certain areas. But it's going to be in larger, more concentrated efforts. They have three specific priorities: AI, quantum, and nuclear, including both advanced nuclear and fusion. That is it. It is very clear. Every new dollar they can squeeze out of OMB goes into those three areas. If you look at the R&D memo, we will support, in their words, discovery science, especially in the physical sciences. But for what? AI, quantum, and nuclear. If you're not in those areas, there's likely to be more funding constraint, and the dollars that are applied will be, again, for large consortia-focused efforts. You already see that something as simple as NIH. NIH, as of September 30th, actually obligated and spent all $47 billion, despite the slow start. But fewer larger scale awards. There's going to be winners and losers to that. But the scale of funding, netcast was eliminated, but the open call is out, and they're keeping the $7.4 billion and just distributing it in a slightly different way. DOE has terminated $20 billion worth of grants that were supposed to go into clean energy infrastructure projects like hydrogen hubs and the reactor capture hubs. They plan to keep that money, and you'll see later this week, there'll be a big announcement from the White House on a large-scale AI initiative, and it's redeploying those dollars again for these types of things. And the question is, again, what kind of partner will a research university be to advance these areas? But how we have framed it for Congress, and where, again, the federal government will continue to be the largest funder in basic research, is we also need to be thinking about the next emerging technologies. What is the next AI and quantum? So if you put all your efforts into the known technologies of today, then you miss out on the future. So for example, we can still do big science. I lead all government relations efforts for Fermilab, which was one of the 17 DOE labs. They do pure particle physics, and yet we've been able to get billions of dollars for our project in neutrino science because it pushes the boundaries of technology development into what some of these future areas are likely to be. So I wouldn't give up on big science, but again, just more focused, more concentrated, larger pots of money.
Thank you very much, Leland. Next, Dan.
First of all, this guy's amazing. We're glad he's on our team. But I'm going to go a little bit abstract with all of those details, which Leland is always so on top of the game. And I'm going to start with a little story. So I am an aerospace engineer like President Jischke. So maybe there's two of us in the room, perhaps. The rest of you look at an airplane, we see elegance and an amazing engineering creativity, and you all see a big honking piece of metal with a bunch of semiconductors inside. Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. So my specific research when I was in graduate school was on aircraft design optimization. So I was just enthralled with finding the very best, most exquisite optimized design for these amazing machines. And I was frankly motivated by the practical impact because I knew that by optimizing the aircraft, we would just make people's lives better. And then just as I was about to defend, I read a paper by a former executive at the FAA that said, the air transportation system is a complex adaptive system, not an aircraft design. And I said, darn it, get through the defense and I'll probably find some career somewhere. But it really, of course, opened my mind to thinking about what is the system of systems, which eventually I started thinking about, and which led me to Purdue University, who actually, no kidding, in one of the cluster hires under President Jischke, and Tim maybe remembers this, Purdue was hiring people in an area called system of systems. And so I was the only one who gave a talk on the faculty interviews that used the term, so that's how I got the job. So, but along the way, as I built a graduate course on this topic that's still taught today, I started to really learn about the science of complex adaptive systems. And for those of you, Jim Cooper told me he lives in Santa Fe. Now, there's a wonderful place that you want to talk about curiosity-driven research. The Santa Fe Institute is an amazing place for that. And some amazing people there. And one of the founding members of the Santa Fe Institute was Murray Gell-Mann, a Nobel Prize winner, who wrote, among other books, The Cork and the Jaguar. How many of you have read that book before? Thank you, Peter Bermel, for saving the crowd. Oh, okay, sorry. So, a complex adaptive system, nowadays we might call it just an agent, right? It's just it's an organic learning machine. And that's what our research enterprise is. And so we're going to respond to these disruptions, if that's the term that folks want to use. And so I guess I'm optimistic about the disruption that we may be going through, because you can't disrupt the human organizational ingenuity and passion for that constant learning process. So that's my abstract version of where we are, but all the facts that Leland mentioned are still very relevant, especially with my day job as the Executive VP for Research.
Thank you very much, Dan. Jan?
Thank you, Ali, and it's a great pleasure to be back here at Purdue. I was reflecting on the 10-year anniversary, which started my journey here in Indiana, meeting with Ali and Jihong and Mark and many others. At that time, I had just finished a 10-year stint at the Semiconductor Industry Association, where we funded research alongside SRC, and it's great to see Todd here. And it was an easy sell after meeting with these preeminent individuals that were shaping the future of semiconductor technology. it was an even easier sell because my wife, Brittany, graduated from Purdue and did not want to move to my hometown of Buffalo, which was covered with 8 feet of snow. So our journey started back in 2014 here in Indiana. And I'll say that the vision that President Jinsky and many of you had in this room has contributed not only to economic growth here in the state of Indiana, but has also enhanced the research paradigm for the entire U.S. As we've seen, innovation, lead to purpose as well as technology creation. I will also say that during my time with SIA, and I see Patrick Wilson with MediaTek here as well, we've been through many of these evolutions when it comes to funding of basic research, applied research, beginning in our days with the Clinton administration, with the National Nanotechnology Initiative, and then we had the American Competitiveness Initiative, the PACE Act. I was just reflecting on all of these different evolutions, and I'll just fast forward to my time and the first Trump administration, where after I was confirmed by the Senate, Secretary Wilbur Ross called me up and said, "Gosh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do now that you're confirmed?" And I went through my goals for the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service. I went through manufacturing goals for the industry and analysis team. We had 1,400 individuals on this team. And the secretary said, "Well, I expect that from you. That's your day job. What are you going to do at night when you're up thinking about what we're going to do next?" He said, "I understand you and Patrick and a few others spent time in the semiconductor industry. I want you to think about how we're going to re-attract leading-edge semiconductor investment to this country. And I want you to go over to Taiwan, and I don't want you to come back without TSMC and a few others." So my first trip, we had a very successful trip. It took 4 trips, and Patrick was on a few of those trips. But what we did was essentially create a vision that led to one of the greatest evolutions of this industry, as well as industry-driven research happening around the country. What started as a company attraction effort led to one of the most bipartisan efforts that sailed through Congress and still has tremendous support, as Leland referenced, and that is funding for the research that will contribute to the next phase of innovation in this country, enabling AI and quantum and advanced manufacturing. Why I reflect on that story is the industry leaders in this room were attracted to infrastructure, to research advancements, workforce investment, and that led to, here in the state of Indiana, SK Hynix's the largest foreign direct investment in the state of Indiana. And congratulations to SK Hynix for choosing and trusting Indiana, the U.S., with this investment. I just want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate MediaTek on this tremendous, tremendous day. Again, this infrastructure, this investment in workforce would not have been possible without initial vision here. We would not be talking about the companies that are investing in the U.S., whether it's here in Indiana or in Arizona or Texas or elsewhere, without vision at the federal level, without vision at the state level, and without academic leadership. The last thing I'd say, just on the topic of are we evolving, are we disrupting, well, this industry has constantly disrupted itself to stay on track with the goals that, we were talking, before this session, when we were funding the Nanoelectronics Research Initiative, the goal was to disrupt. And industry not only wanted that disruption, but they were funding it. So I remind people that this semiconductor industry, the microelectronics industry that brings us together here, along with what it enables, has a rich history of support for pre-competitive research. Not only do they talk about it, but they funded it through the Semiconductor Research Corporation since 1982, and they have not scaled back their efforts. They've doubled down every year. So I think it's reflective to think about how industry will contribute to this next phase of innovation here in the country. And I think the SRC and the collaboration with other universities present here today will enable that transition as well.
Thank you very much, Jan. I'm looking at the time, and well, of course, after this panel, we have lunch, and you get so much nutrient from here, you don't need food, isn't it? So one way to make sure that we leave enough time for lunch is we have 3 more questions. I will go over 2 of them, and then you decide which one you want to follow, and that way we can cover them. So the next question is about this distinction between basic and applied research, and how in this environment we can continue some of those more curiosity-driven research. And then what is the role of universities in this ecosystem, especially if some of the funding sources to do research at university are changing? So up to you which one you want to cover. We start with Rashid.
I can answer that, yeah. By the way, I also want to thank SRC, because I was an SRC-funded student when I was at Purdue here, so it funded me for 5 years. I think the distinction between this basic and applied it's really very blurred. I mean, I think, if you look at the work that Don was doing at University of Illinois on materials and photonics with Nick Holoniak, I mean, would you call that basic or applied, right? It was very material-centric, it was very fundamental, but yet they were trying to get, they had some application or some use case or someday that this is how it might be used. So I think the line is very blurred between them. I think you need to ask the right questions. That's really the key. The key thing is to, in research, figure out what the right questions are. And that's how we sort of inspire the next generation to try to work towards answering those, what the right questions are. I mean, I think like today, if you think about the future of computing, right, we would say that the spectrum perhaps is, AI, so like bits, qubits, and neurons, I would say. So bits are now, there is this amazing effort in AI that, of course, as the systems get larger and larger and larger, and the chips are right in the middle of that, right? We're not going to get to anything we're talking about in our systems across us or with AI systems without chips. But then there's this question of energy. You can't be building a gigawatt reactor for every new data centers. You just can't. So how are you going to address that problem? And I think that raises a whole bunch of perhaps fundamental research questions, right? New materials, new ways to generate nuclear energy, new ways to the micronuclear or other type of technology. So I think this, where we are in time, has provided us with these systems because of advancement in chips that now a whole bunch of new questions can be asked. For example, quantum. Even if quantum hardware is going to be within our reach in the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years, how do you think about algorithms and computation on quantum? So that's the thing we should be thinking about now, actually, is to how do you get computer scientists to be thinking about quantum algorithms, for example. And then I think what AI, the advancements in AI, where it's leading us, is to really start really deeply think about biological intelligence. The fact is that one of the best supercomputers is still the size of an apple and runs on sugar, and it's in between your ears. It's slow, but it's highly parallel and multiplexed. So when can we start thinking about building computers with living neurons? Let's don't just translate neural network ideas into 2D or 3D chips, but rather start thinking about building the size of a brain of a honeybee is about 5,000 neurons, and it can learn. It can follow paths. So I think there is always going to be, I think, important fundamental questions. It's a matter of what you choose and prioritize, and of course, where the funding is. So there's no question in the next few years, we have lots of work to do in AI and quantum and energy. But there is other areas that we should be creative to see how to continue to find funding if we think it's important for the world and for humanity, whether it's philanthropy. I think philanthropy is going to be an important part of research. We have this Chan Zuckerberg BioHub in Chicago that we landed, some of you probably know. That's another example of actually philanthropy for research. But again, collaborating more and more, I think, across universities. One thing we need to do better, I think, is really collaborate more deeply, not just within our universities, but across universities, across the regions. And I think there's some great examples here at Purdue that have been going on that we're also partner, and some we're leading that Purdue and other places are a partner. So I think that distinction, coming back, and I'll cut it short, is blurred. It's perhaps the time horizon of the impact, but we have to have a portfolio approach. And universities must not let go of enough of a portfolio in asking some of these longer term questions, because that's not what we do. And then the one last thing, I'll just make a comment. I think it is a very unique time to think about industry and how you do research with industry that is like a Bell Lab model, right? So are we moving to a world where if there are enough incentives for industry, is this the time to create more institutions that are like a Bell Lab, that are truly collaborative between universities and industry, for example, with some national investment and philanthropy? So we do need to be thinking of new models of research for continuing that long horizon thing, while clearly there are some urgent problems to be solved in the next 5 to 10 years, I think, that the current federal administration is, I think, rightly investing in those areas for us to take the next leaps of translation in those areas themselves.
Thank you very much, Rashid. Leland?
Yeah, I agree with everything. I think of it, at least on the federal government side, are the funding mechanisms to support basic, applied, and the entire feedback loop, including entrepreneurship and commercialization. So when I was in the Senate, it was an exciting time because we created a lot of things that are enduring today. So again, I was more on the energy side, but we see applications across all the research areas. So at Department of Energy, we created Energy Frontier Research Centers. We created ARPA-E. We launched the Manufacturing Institutes jointly with Commerce and DoD. It was really about closing those gaps and the valleys of death, as well as programs that support commercialization from TRL 0 all the way to deployment. So we've seen that model successfully used. Shortly thereafter, then ARPA-H is probably the next most successful on the health side. ARPA-I was created. They haven't had as big of an infusion of cash, but how to improve the infrastructure network. And Quantum is just a good example that I'll give. Working on the National Quantum Initiative, it's actually up for reauthorization. But we launched the Quantum Centers, and there it spanned the full gamut of the NSF Quantum Leap Challenge Institutes, the larger scale Department of Energy centers, bulking up NIST, as well as DoD investments through DARPA and some of the other services. Industry was a key player in all of those centers, both to provide input, to open up, for example, their first quantum cloud systems to researchers to try to actually see if there's anything practical and useful, but also to improve their own systems, quantum computing test beds, and all the rest. And I think that's a helpful model that I think we're going to see, for example, when NSF launched the AI institutes. There's the NAIR, and as I mentioned, DOE is going to do this whole build out of stuff that'll lead the other agencies. And so you take whatever technology area, I think what's most important is less, is it basic or is it applied? But do we have all the mechanisms in place to support that entire innovation ecosystem?
Thank you, Leland. Dan?
Just a couple of quick hitters, I mean, on that last point. So, I've done a lot of work with the Department of Defense, and though we don't like to always have things bucketized, the fact that the DoD, distinguishes between basic research, so-called 6.1, and then other research buckets, and the amount of research that the DoD funds, having that fundamental basic research designation has enabled any researcher from just about any country to participate in that, and many of us in this room have benefited from that as graduate students or faculty. So sometimes those distinctions, when it comes to the dollars, can actually be a good part of the ecosystem, but certainly at the conducting of the research, we tend to blur the lines. AI is a great example of a feedback loop, right? The science and the curiosity-driven research that led to AI as a technology now is a massive tool for doing science in almost every discipline of any kind. So it's just an amazing, again, part of that constant updating of our learning engine and our schema in the research enterprise. And then another embodiment of actually this feedback loop is that Shalev guy that was mentioned earlier, Vlad Shalev, one of our most outstanding, of course, and accomplished researchers working very fundamental problems. But if you look at the designation of his recent induction in the National Academy of Engineering, it speaks to the very concrete impact that his work made to many domains of application. So looks like there was some transition that happened with Vlad, and he's not even the best researcher in his house. So that's amazing and true.
Thank you. Ian?
Just a couple of anecdotes here. One, how do we quantify what we're doing here and nationally at the university level? I think that's an important thing that we need to think about, and how do we measure the success, the indisputable success coming out of our university community combined with the industry-driven research that has happened. I think the other thing that I would say on this front is that how do we ensure that we're coming together with a message that eliminates duplicity, and there's no greater example than our fellow university partner, in Illinois, sitting here, Virginia Tech, others, ASU, sitting around this table. This is a university community that has reached out, and as much as I'm sure we'd all love an ASML EXE tool, there's no need where everyone needs one at the moment, and that would be very hard to afford a $450 million tool. But what we do have is the Nano Hub. We have the ability to tap into shared infrastructure nationally, globally, and I think the university community continues to leverage not only what we're doing at SRC, but what the national labs are also offering. So I think stating that we know that we're looking for areas to tap into that shared infrastructure, being able to utilize industry shared infrastructure. It's a nice problem to have when you have hundreds of billions of dollars worth of semiconductor investment now pouring into the nation. How are we going to prototype the next big thing, and where will it be prototyped? I want to make sure that as we're having these infrastructure and research discussions in Washington, that in addition to the research question that's posed, is that remember what attracted these industry partners back to the U.S. in the first place. It was workforce. It was as well as infrastructure improvements that are happening throughout the country, and we have a lot to do on that front. So I'm hoping that in addition to the research questions that we tap into, that we're observant what's happening internationally on this front. There was talk about what China is doing, but it's not only what China is doing. Singapore, has also done a lot here in advanced packaging, and we need to look at the models that have happened elsewhere and ensure that we're continuing to compete. The last thing that I'd say on this front is demonstrating that we are part of a broader vision, whether it's pure basic research, applied research, that we are instrumental in solving the next big challenge that industry is having, and having those industry players well coordinated with the university community is what enabled us, in the Bush administration, in the Clinton administration, in the Obama administration, in the Trump administration, when we had industry completely aligned throughout the U.S. alongside the university community, saying we will be irrelevant without these investments. Believe me, when we called up your colleagues in the Appropriations Committee when I was Assistant Secretary and asked for $26 billion, the first question they had was, Shannon, what offset do you have? Well, that was a new thing for us at the Department of Commerce. Did you want to take back NOAA or NIST? Or, we don't have $26 billion laying around, but what we came out of it about 6 months later was a $52 billion program and an investment tax credit that has now increase from 25% to 35%. So that's not, that's just an example of, hey, let's think big, let's be aligned with industry and the university community, and I have no doubt that we'll continue to evolve together.
Thank you very much, Jan. I think the way I do it so that we can time at least, last question I combined, the question 3 and 4, is about really how to fund research, what is the role of federal government, the industry, possibly a state. We discussed philanthropy. Part of the federal government, if we can be reactive, but if you want to suggest how should we reorganize NSF to be more impactful, or if you have any other ideas, remembering that we have an industry panel in the afternoon, so they can provide the perspective from industry. Maybe we can go.
Yeah, I can try to quickly address that. I think this industry research is quickly coming back to that, but also how NSF can further catalyze that. I mean, this is also not a new thing, I would argue. I mean, there's cycles, but clearly now we're at a time that perhaps there's a bigger need. I think we're fortunate to be like in a big school like Purdue, like Illinois, Michigan. I mean, the large schools, I think, can do both. We can have enough faculty that do sort of the more fundamental, applied, basic things if they want to, but at the same time, enough faculty can deeply collaborate with industry. So we have one of the, IBM is here. I saw Matt earlier. We have one of the largest IBM corporate R&D center at Illinois. There's one at MIT and one at Illinois, and it's an AI and hybrid cloud, and now adding quantum is a big focus, and that's a $100 million commitment from IBM, for example. So I think there are, and we're very thankful for that. So there are opportunities like that with Foxconn, with IBM, that a place can do both. You just have to figure out what portfolio, what's the range, and how much do you have those areas that are aligned with faculty expertise and faculty interest, and how you want to move in that. But I remind us, right, that it was an NSF ERC that, again, led the compound microelectronics work, or compound semiconductors work, that led to the photonic discoveries. It was an NSF grant to the National Center for Supercomputing Application that had then Mark Andreessen wrote the first web browser. So I think large-scale investments have been made by federal government, and I think we're kind of coming back to that, I think, in focused areas, and I think in areas that there's really a critical national need, and we need to get to that point where the collaborations are critical to make that next advance. I think that's what I would hope that NSF would fund, not only some of the basic science and engineering, but also continue to fund those kind of large-scale projects like the NCSA, like the AI institutes, but perhaps in these new areas and new dimensions that are really needed.
Thank you. Leland?
Yeah, I think I'll add. So 2 things. One is philanthropy. Working with a network of philanthropy, they will never replace the federal government or even the scale of industry investments, but I think they can fill some critical gaps, especially in climate, environment, even biology, in certain areas where they are not the priority areas of the current administration, but work needs to continue happening in those areas. Last year was about $25 billion provided to universities. So obviously federal government investments are much, much larger than that, but is an important area. Second is foundations. In fact, I helped create the Foundation for Energy Security and Innovation, which is Department of Energy associated independent foundation. President Chang actually sits on the board, and they're moving forward with figuring out, again, what they're going to do, but it's possible they will get sizable funding, and there's opportunities there in a consortia type approach on how to advance clean energy technologies in particular, just as an example. With NSF, lots of discussions right around the reorganization. The things that we do know is that they're eliminating all of the divisions, all 36 of them. The purpose of that is actually to think more like multidisciplinary, and they'll have these 6 pillars in quantum, AI, biotechnology, nuclear, and then translational science. As you know, the CHIPS Act already attempted to reform NSF by creating TIP and the regional innovation engines and the entrepreneurship program. That's something that will remain and continue. So the benefit is no barriers. Well, if in biology, can I participate in quantum and develop a quantum sensor? That doesn't matter anymore. The risk, though, DOE Office of Science as well is going through reorganization, is that my concern, and we have, if they do this route, is to make sure that we don't lose certain core capabilities, right? So how do you know the health of a specific field in science if there's nobody curating that field of science and you're only focused on the end goal, which is the chip or a nuclear reactor? And then if a new emerging technology comes along and we're lost that discipline, how would we know? So that's what we have to guard against, and that's where NSF plays an important role.
Dan, thank you.
Yep, just real quick, President Chang mentioned earlier that in the last fiscal year, Purdue broke a record for $1 billion in research expenditures, and the buckets within that total amount, federal, state, industry, philanthropic, and internal sources of funding, each of those buckets was also a record in that last fiscal year. And that was even with kind of the weird/tough fourth quarter that we had in that fiscal year. I bring that point up to emphasize that our strategy moving forward is to find how we can, integrate across all those sources and partners for the value proposition of why the particular kind of research that we can do together with some of those partners, not just with them as a transactional, entity, but really drive that value proposition is exactly what we're focused upon. And the partnership with the Department of Energy Labs is high on our list and already showing progress in which we're proactively reaching out to those laboratories and finding that they need us as much as we need them in many cases as partners to solve some of these big problems in a collaborative way.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yeah.
Just on NSF, so I think the other thing is just to demonstrate how you are partnering with other agencies as well, and that, again, we're rooting out duplicity, but there's very much an active plan, a roadmap for engagement with NIST and NSF and DoD on specific trajectories. I think that is very important to demonstrate. Secondly, just going back to the value proposition, again, industry can be very helpful on the NSF evolution as well. Industry's creation alongside the university community. We have a great example with the Applied Research Institute as well here, that and the SCALE program with Peter. What DoD has funded through the SCALE program is very complementary to what NSF has contributed on workforce development as well. So telling that story and clearly telling it will be important, and having industry back you up on that will be very key as well.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at time. We started 8 minutes late, and we are finishing 8 minutes late. So we should get a prize for a panel to finish on time. I would like to thank all of the panelists for all the great comments, and please enjoy a lunch.
Hang on, you can't leave yet. Remember, I'm going to say a few words.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes. So our panelists you can take your seats. I just have a couple of
quick updates about
quick special announcements and such. Yes, thank you, Rashid, and don't forget your free water there, Ian. So just real quick, first of all, Jihong showed an amazing history of innovation and leadership at the Birck Nanotechnology Center, and we're just seeing that retold, the story retold, and what you didn't see there is that the current director is such an outstanding leader and innovator in this area. I can tell you, speaking personally, for the previous 2.5 years, I was the vice president for the Discovery Park District Institutes and Centers, and now as EVPR working directly with President Chang. Both he and I sleep very well at night, not very well, but for the minutes that we do sleep well at night, it's because we know that this great vision and momentum in the Birck Center is squarely in the capable hands of Jihong Chen. Speaking of capable hands, in my time in Discovery Park, I'm not sure I had the capable hands, but it was a great honor to be here in this role, in this building. We had a great time together with the directors and the managing directors and all the faculty, staff, and students. In case you didn't know, the person I replaced as the VP for Discovery Park was nobody. The position was vacant for 3 years prior to my taking the role, so I can handle any job like that and try to add some value. But with my new job, we searched across this entire campus for the next leader of Discovery Park, and I would like to introduce you to him, and he's sitting right here. Rao Govind. Sorry. Rao Govindaraju. We call him GS for obvious reasons that I just demonstrated. We're just so thrilled to have GS take over in January as the leader and key instigator and corraller of great ideas and finding of resources for all of the great colleagues in Discovery Park. He's currently the Bowen Engineering Head and the Christopher and Susan Birck Distinguished Professor, different Birck. We are blessed with many great Birck philanthropy. And in the Lyle School of Construction and Civil Engineering. And so we're very confident that his capable hands will bring us to next levels of greatness and discovery and innovation and value in Discovery Park. So GS, thank you very much. I would ask you to say a few words, but these people look hungry, so we're gonna break for the lunch. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, I just wanted to let you know during your presentations, I've got a clicker up here, so I don't know if you were standing individually or if you wanted to pass this along, but that's available to you. Okay, sounds good. There you go.
Okay, we are going to start the afternoon panel sessions. I hope people finish up lunch and join us back in the room here. So this is the third panel, very exciting industry panel here. And I will only introduce the moderator, then she will introduce the panelists. So we have Professor Luna Lu. She is currently the Vice President of Industry Partnerships. And she's also the Indiana ACPA Professor of Civil and Construction Engineering. So Luna, please introduce the panelists, and we are looking forward to the discussion.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for participating in the Transformation Partnership Redefine University and Industry Partnership panel. Before I started the panel, I would like to let everybody know one of our panelists, Rose Castanaras, the president of TSMC Arizona, she could not join us today due to a family emergency, so she sent her regrets and also appreciate everybody, your understanding. We're certainly gonna miss Rose, but I'm very excited and fortunately and honored to have a fantastic group of the panelists and to bring their wealth, insight, knowledge, and different perspectives. So let me introduce you to Todd Youngkin, right, the CEO of SRC and Executive Director of Smart USA Institute, and Jim O'Neill, Senior Vice President and CTO of Integris, and last but definitely not least, Matthew Nicholas, the Vice President of Government Programs, IBM Research. So the format will be very similar like this morning. I will ask some individual questions to each of you, our panelists, and then we'll have 2 or 3 common questions, and feel free to build on top of each other's perspective. The first question will go to Todd. So Todd, you had a long experience and leadership at SRC, and now you're ramping up a very ambitious USA Smart Institute, right? With what, $1 billion, a B investment in the next couple of years. So the question is really, how do you see the difference between SRC and Smart USA, particularly on the industry partnership model? And if any, 2, 3 very key takeaway you can share with all of us today.
Thanks, Luna. First, it's wonderful to be back in Purdue. I think it's my first visit since January of 2022, where we were helping to show the importance of our heterogeneous integration investments that Purdue and the Silicon Heartland have been leading and growing upon. A couple things to point out as we, thank you very much, as we answer this question. The first is, what I love about the Birck Center is that mission to innovate, educate, and collaborate. And I think we're all here in that spirit. Semiconductor processing, manufacturing, packaging, design, it's very complex. This is true of all the critical emerging technologies, be it bio, semi, quantum, AI. And that complexity is both loved by many and then misunderstood. So, what I find is important is that we can inspire the academics, right? They bring their best work and their best energy when they're inspired. That we lean into places that have a love for fundamental research and the success of future commercial endeavors, no matter if they're big or small or near or far. But you really have to create an environment where industry trusts those collaborations, where the problems that, if solved, give rise to value to the commercial success. And I've always been taught, after 20 years at Intel, that disciplined imagination is the right answer. So I bring that mindset to this now 43-year-old public-private partnership that is the winner of the $1 billion Manufacturing Institute for Digital Twins on the U.S. CHIPS and Science Act. And what we need is that flexible platform for integration. We need to stay neutral, trusted, grounded in science, and engineering. I like the way that Meng said earlier that we need to be serene, sturdy, and strategic. We've got to have ambition, right? We've got to have vision, first for our nation and then for like-minded nations and then for the globe at large. So I really think, part of the reason why I'm here with Purdue is leadership like the Silicon Moment, right? Our Silicon Moment. The leadership that was put out earlier this year on blazing new trails to the endless frontiers, right? And I think it's important to say that our best years are ahead of us, right? While I finish this, what is Smart USA? Jihong did a really lovely job introducing to the audience how we can be that digital manifestation for a virtual factory that brings everybody together. I do have a couple slides I'll walk through. I think it's important what names mean, and what Smart USA means is semiconductor manufacturing and advanced research with twins. Note that semiconductor manufacturing is all the way from device to package system, right? So please get rid of the narrative in your brain that little Vietnamese ladies in hairnets make packaged parts. That is not the future. We see the future with SK coming to town, right? Thank you, Jason, and Dr. Lee. And really, what we can do is, thanks to the power of compute and all of these smart folks, we can make that virtual representation, right? We can take pages from the aerospace, the automotive industry, and we can replicate what we have in academic and industrial settings in chip making, in chip packaging, in design. And we can improve the yields, the costs, and the cycle times, and we can give ourselves a competitive advantage. But more importantly, what I get up every morning trying to do is to really excite the next generation of talent, right? And they don't want to read the textbook that I read. They want to play the video game that is semiconductor manufacturing. And since those jobs don't yet exist, we can work with all of the industry companies and with the faculty to get these jobs, created, to get them staffed and improve those relationships. So that's really us in a nutshell, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Todd. Well said. Two keywords I learned. One is building trust, definitely with disciplined imagination, right? Appreciate it. So the next question will go to Matthew Nicholas. So Matthew, IBM has played a long relationship and really a tradition of pioneer the technology, right? We have a lot of outstanding colleagues that are sitting here actually graduated from IBM research, right? Zhihong and York, and I can name many few of them. It's fantastic to have you guys here. So how do you see the role of major industry R&D places such as IBM research labs in today's ecosystem, right? Especially as innovation increasingly depend on the partnership between academic, industry, and the government.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me here today, filling in for my colleague, Wei Ming. So I started my career in semiconductor fabs, learning kind of hands-on before leaving the industry after a period of time. And I am jealous of the students who will be able to learn at the Birck Center and be hands-on, working on digital twins, and be able to really get this experience as college students to go into this industry. So really impressive with all the work that's being done by this team. So as we think about industry and the collaboration ecosystem, right? 30 years ago, it used to be vertically integrated. The joke at IBM was it was almost Sanda servers. And you realize it doesn't make sense to build all that yourselves. You really need an ecosystem of partners to go fast, to bring everybody's expertise together. The industrial R&D mission now for IBM Research and IBM is to invent the future of computing. That's the real focus. So that's hybrid cloud computing, AI, quantum, all underpinned by advanced semiconductors. That core technology capability around innovation and technology for an advanced node can take as long as 15 years from all of the pathfinding and materials discovery and new designs. And that requires a full ecosystem of partners to really bring that together. We view that the industry R&D center is a key element because that takes it to commercialization, right? At the end of the day, you need a product to go scale this into to generate all that other demand. For IBM, that's whether it's our quantum computers or our Z-series mainframes, that really drives the motivation and investment for some of this advanced technology, which then we pull customers and partners into. The cost to this whole scale up, right? An advanced technology node can cost as much as $5 billion to develop per node, which you need a new node every couple of years. An advanced AI accelerator can cost as much as $500 million. So not very many groups that can pull that type of money together. That's a big part of where we need to continue to have federal investment to help drive that innovation, because those are very big price tags to be able to pull together all that innovation. A big part of IBM's strategy has been reducing the barriers for R&D. So where many years ago we would develop a lot of this in-house, one of the learnings about 20 years ago was this collaborative R&D environment, right? Whether a big portion of this is the Albany Nanotech facility and then outreach, and Jihong showed a very nice view of bringing academic capabilities in to seed new technology into some of these more advanced fabs. That open access ecosystem where startups, universities, partners can really work together on new materials, new tools, new process designs has really accelerated this innovation and actually reduced the cost for everybody involved. I think the third piece, right, so first is industry mission, second is this open collaboration ecosystem, and the third is really about talent. Continuing to develop the talent to move into this. One thing I've certainly seen is you have a lot of high-end capability that people are retiring or moving out of the semiconductor industry, and we've started to generate, through a lot of the work here, really good new talent coming into the industry and into the ecosystem to fill some of these challenging roles. It's a start. I think there's a lot more to do, but I think that's really the vision that the Birck team has to be able to bring students hands-on to bring new talent into this industry.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Yeah, Birck definitely is playing that role of the building the ecosystem and co-creating the jobs, the workforce, and talent with the industry. And thank you for pointing that out and a very important path forward. So the last question will go to Jim. Jim, as a CTO of Integris, a very important part of this ecosystem, and where do you see the role of the university in materials innovation, in suppliers, partnerships, and also connecting this very fundamental early stage research into, a scaling up a manufacture?
Great, well, thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. I too have a chart. So I'm gonna answer this question by giving a little bit of historical perspective and then trying to make some comments about the future. So I think if you look at the research and development learning curve as a function of investment in time, money, effort, whatever, you would agree that universities have historically predominated the left side of the chart. Industry has predominantly occupied the right side of the chart. And if I go back and look in sort of the time frame of the 1990s, there was relatively good overlap. Technology was simpler, costs were lower. There were a number of universities who had what I call valid build labs. On the industry side, there were a number of companies that had very deep R&D capabilities, IBM, Bell Labs, a number of other renowned research companies across the industry. And that gave a very, what I would call a robust overlap between industry and academia, sort of in the mid to late R phase and the early D phase. If you look today, however, I think that increased cost, increased process complexity, the need to focus on yield to recoup these enormous investments has caused both parties to sort of pull back into their respective corners. Not true across the board. I think the Birck Center is an exception that really is fighting this current. But I would say that those factors have caused universities to pull back into more of the fundamental ideation early R phase. It's forced industry to focus more on those capabilities that are required to achieve speed to yield, to get a product to market quickly, and that's left a gap. And I would argue that a big piece of that gap has been filled by entrepreneurism, startups. We're not here to debate the pros or cons of that, but it is, I think, a true statement that from industry's perspective, this has complicated the playing field because it has fragmented or splintered the parties with which industry needs to engage if they want to get access to new ideas and new technology. And these, many startups are driven by different motivations, some by IP, some by scale, some by the need to basically make money on the IPO or the sale of the company. And I think what could suffer if we're not careful is the original tie between academia and industry. And so we need to find ways to strengthen that. That's the historical perspective. So what could we do? So Integris has really been focused on 3 areas. One is what I call just foundational elements related to digital technology, whether it's modeling, simulation, machine learning, AI capabilities, to really build a foundation of capabilities that allows us to accelerate discovery, particularly in the materials space. This is really important. We can populate our laboratories with thousands of PhDs, and there are even so many more molecules to discover that, you know, this is an area that's ripe for that kind of innovation. The other is characterization and analytics. I think universities are uniquely poised to be able to partner with equipment suppliers in the characterization space to basically say, come put your tools here, work with our students, do your R&D in our location, in our facility, and then again, partner with the material suppliers who have stuff to bring to the table to look at. So I think those are 2 areas that we have really focused on. And there is actually a 3rd area, and that stems from this graph, which I call the lab to fab gap. So I think many research laboratories are focused on those aspects of technology which are running out of steam. If you work in the semiconductor industry, you know that copper is running out of steam as an interconnect material as line dimensions get below 10 nanometers. So you need new materials, and there are plenty of candidates to evaluate. They've been characterized. You can get a package. Here's the material. Here's why it should be the best new material to look at. Those materials are then handed to the poor unit process engineer in the fab, who has the job of trying to figure out how to integrate these into a process that will yield and be cost effective. The challenge is that to build a logic wafer takes 2,000 steps and climbing, depending upon process complexity. So their job is enormous, and yet the time between technology node introductions isn't changing all that much, so they need help. And where they need help is understanding not just the characteristics of the material, but the types of interactions those materials are likely to have when they come in contact with new films, new chemistries in the build process. That's what they're spending all their time discovering. That kind of work can be done in a lab, on a bench, without expensive process equipment, and could dramatically expand the wealth of information that our unit process engineers have to work with to accelerate this process.
Hey, thank you, Jim. I really appreciated all the different perspective going back to, you know, different industry partnership models. So for the next round of the question, I would love, you know, all of you to respond, and feel free to build on top of each other points or offer different perspectives. So let's just make it more conversational. So to early of your point, I think all of you has, you know, alluded to there will be and has been a different industry academic partnership model, right, over your long outstanding career. So is there any one or two has really standing out to fostering a fruitful industry academic partnership, and what are they? Can you please share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll start off there. So I think there are a three I can think of that have been really powerful for IBM and for me personally. I remember being here at Purdue about a year ago for an event. Scale hosted an event around workforce development strategies and curriculum development for heterogeneous integration. And this was attended by industry, universities, DoD. And it was really an excellent session focused on what is industry going to need in the next 5 years, and how does Purdue and other universities build curriculum around this. One of the outshoots of that was at IBM, we hired a new person who had a great technical background but no experience in packaging, who actually became a student of Ganesh's to learn packaging from Purdue to be able to complement the workforce that we needed at IBM. That was, to me, the really rapid technology capability to bring to bear for the industry. It's a great example. A second that really jumps out to me is the partnership that IBM has had with the SUNY Albany in New York around this 300 millimeter, this open ecosystem, where years ago when I was in the fab, we had PhD students who would train at SUNY on 300 millimeter equipment. They'd learn, we would hire them. I hired somebody who could hit the ground running day one with experience in the fab. 20 years later, he's now running some of the packaging development back up in Albany, working with SUNY. So this is industry-defined needs, long-term partnerships with this really, so it's more than a transaction, it's a long-term relationship that we build with these partners. And of course, with the University of Illinois, there's a really strong partnership that we've developed over the last 5+ years around AI, quantum, hybrid cloud computing, where again, we get really strong technical contributions from the university that complements the technology happening in the research labs to take technologies forward.
Yeah, I would agree that it's really all about long-term relationship building, particularly centered around the workforce. I think everybody would recognize the value of a co-op or an internship program. Many companies do that in partnership with universities. I don't think that's anything new. But maybe there are some other flavors that could be looked at. Industry is populated with an awful lot of highly trained PhDs, many of whom are interested and willing and going back into the classroom to teach what they know, to provide perspective on industry that is, I know from my experience, eagerly sought after by students. And so I think there's an opportunity to leverage that. And even going further than that, we've had some discussions with the University of Massachusetts where we're looking at new professors, having them as part of their onboarding process be assigned to a company like Integris, to work for 6 to 9 months on a specific problem, contribute to it, but also get a view firsthand as to what are the kinds of problems that industry faces, and that could then seed research ideas for that professor when they go back into academia. So I think it's a long-term investment. Focusing on the students is one aspect of it, but leveraging the employees and perhaps helping new professors get a jump start is another way to kind of further that relationship.
Yeah, I've had a great time at both Intel and then at the Semiconductor Research Corporation of trying to fight for and embrace and show support for the academics. Hopefully they all feel that. But in today's sense, I'm very impressed by the scale, the STARS, and the VIP programs that Jihong mentioned earlier. I think one of the things that's important to understand, especially maybe as we reflect on the past, is that NRI, or Nanoelectronics Research Initiative, that did fuel a lot of America's love for nanotechnology and specifically beyond CMOS endeavors from that 2000 to 2020 timeframe. The race is not to beat out CMOS anymore. The race is to complement CMOS and fall in love with a packaged system through 3D wafer fabrication and 3D heterogeneous integration. And as these gentlemen pointed out, those become costly endeavors. They're complex endeavors. You've got to make the right decision on do you go left or do you go right in order to intercept the future. One of the things I'm particularly proud of with our pursuit of a Manufacturing USA Institute is that people need the workforce, but we as a society tend to invest in the widgets, the intellectual property, the laser and its revenue, no offense, the revenue to the future, and hope that the people part will work out. But this $1 billion Manufacturing USA grant gives us the mission to serve both the technology and the people, and it's people at all. It's a 5-generational challenge where we're trying to upskill, seasoned folks like myself that can't keep up with the state of the art because it's moving so fast, as well as, younger folks that are trying to find their path on this. And I tell them, stay away from that bio and batteries. That stuff's terrible. Come over to Semi, right? Come work with us and be part of the AI revolution. So we're very excited about our workforce mission.
Thank you. All 3 panelists hit on a very important topic. It's workforce development, and I also really appreciate broader that scope of workforce, not just to develop the talent of the students. How can we further develop talent of faculty and get them jump-started and tied with the industry, and also leveraging the industry existing knowledge and maybe become an adjunct faculty or the faculty of practice. This is really a great model for us to moving forward, and thank you for appreciating that perspective. So if I may change the topic a little bit back to the accelerated innovation, right? So the partnership, there's many ways to do the partnership. Workforce definitely is one partnership on the accelerated innovation. So if we can get back to talk about innovation, what you thoughts on AI and virtual twin really affecting the semiconductor industry, in particular from a university research perspective and an industry, either bottom line, revenue is important, so they can come back and then continue, become a beneficiary. Thank you, Don.
Yeah, I'll go first there. So I think, it's very important that we understand that some industries are capitally intensive, right? Pharma and semiconductor being two, they dedicate about 20% of their revenue to innovation because they understand that if they're treading water, they're like a shark and they're gonna die, right? So they've gotta keep moving, they've gotta keep investing. That has a tendency to have us operate in consolidating industries that are acquiring, and aggregating volumes. And it also means that you've got a big castle that has a large moat. And you don't need to adopt the new technologies if you've got a moat until another technology like a trebuchet comes along and puts a hole in your wall. So the AI, the ML that's coming on board now is a very rapidly changing environment that these companies need to respond to reinvigorate themselves. They know that, and it's also why it's such an exciting time for academic industrial partnerships. So we're really thrilled to have, a front row seat of infusing machine learning and next-gen AI into the decision-making of the future. And this virtual twin, this digital twin, is a fantastic way to see how do we, as a community, not reinvent the wheel, but rather stand on all of the wonderful assets that we already have or that we are imagining for the near future.
Yeah, so I guess from my perspective, this is an opportunity for the semiconductor industry, particularly the supplier community, to, what I say, eat more home cooking. What do I mean by that? So the semiconductor industry exists to provide foundational technology that allows businesses across fields around the world to transform the way in which they do business. And yet, the semiconductor supply chain community, I would argue, has lagged in the consumption of their own technology that they're enabling. That combined with the fact that semiconductors, I would argue, over the last decade has not been the sexy industry to go into. So the workforce within, the experienced workforce within the semiconductor industry is aging out. What this means is that we have less, in this industry, I would say that we have probably a less digitally literate workforce than we need. So there's an enormous opportunity here to bring in new talent, bring in new skills, focused on technology that we enable but don't consume, and it's sort of like the perfect storm opportunity for us here. So I think this is really something for us to be focused on.
Yeah, I think there was one of the panelists earlier today talked about how the U.S. tends to be a bit slow in actually adopting some of these new technologies. Digital twin and AI into manufacturing is one of the biggest opportunities we have to stay competitive globally. Technology is moving so fast, we really need our fabs to go much more quickly on learning some of these technologies. Remember, we've all been in that situation where you look at a problem and you can't figure it out, and then you talk to someone who has the experience and like, oh, did you try these 3 steps? It's pretty obvious to get there. And I think about that as we bring more people into the industry, a lot of times that data exists on the problems to follow and the steps to solve. But without the digital twin, without the AI technology, you might not get there, and it could take a much longer. One other one I'll bring up, and it ties a little bit into one thing Jim said, and Todd and I had an opportunity to be speaking with some group from the DoD about a year ago, and one of the discussions was on sustainable, semiconductor materials. And one of the comments was, right, well, okay, we're going to do all this process development, and we should also just, put cleaner, safer materials in, right? And it was kind of a little bit of a joke because it's so challenging to actually invent and adopt and make these new materials viable. There was a program that's currently on hold. Hopefully it gets restarted around AI for sustainable semiconductor materials. That could be a university-enabled program that uses some of these AI tools potentially to integrate in with like SRC's leadership to be able to pull these ideas together to accelerate innovation. I think there's a lot of capabilities here, and I know Todd has a lot of leadership in this space.
Fantastic. Thanks to all the panelists. There's definitely a great approach, right? Thinking about how can we use the AI and digital twin and accelerate innovation. Since we have about 10 minutes, right, so we would love to, open up the floor for the questions or comments or suggestions from the audience. Maybe I'll, okay. Yeah, Patrick.
I'm sure I can be heard, so I think.
Okay.
My question, as I was listening to your panel a bit in the lab to fab construct, selfishly, I'm wondering about where are the right places for fabless companies, right, that create the IP that will ultimately drive all of this. You see, I told you I was biased. Where does that come in, right? Because we wonder aloud about that. I mean, that might be perfect for you, Jim, but I just thought maybe we should talk about that because we want to build that whole ecosystem and collaboration, perhaps earlier collaboration as these devices get so complex. Anyway,
Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting question and opens up a whole line of discussion in that many fabless companies have their own process integration engineers that reside in the foundries. And they are certainly more willing to discuss the challenges that they face in executing their roadmaps. I mean, NVIDIA has its own device design roadmap. Their job is to push the limits of the process design kit to its extreme so that they can push out every last ounce of performance. So they're going to know where TSMC's process begins to fail, what materials are not working well. And it's that insight that gives material suppliers, maybe equipment suppliers, reveals sort of the problem set to work on that perhaps TSMC, I'm just using them as a
They are the world leader.
Exactly. Okay. We're talking. That they may not be as willing to share, and so I think there is a role for the fabless companies have as much information about where the problems reside that need to be resolved either at the materials or the equipment end.
I'll say in my graphic, which will be available for distribution if anyone's interested, design is the first step. So part of the push for systems level thinking is, do we know what we're trying to make? And what is that design? What are the integrated implications? So that we're not doing a random walk of science and material science, but rather asking, if created, how can it be utilized and helpful? What I would ask the fabless to consider is their role in helping those with foundries explore that future in these relationships, rather than taking an approach of, at some point in time, the PDK will be available and we can make the investment at that point in time. So,
yeah, and they're early to the point, early PDKs, and it'd be great if there was an opportunity to design into, say, the 2 nanometer development that's happening in Albany, design in some of these test vehicles and provide feedback, right? How to improve the technology to, meet your needs, what new materials may be necessary, et cetera. Like, bring you in earlier in the process. I know a lot of that work's already underway in the Albany ecosystem, but if there are more opportunities, then let's connect afterwards.
And I'll just jump in. An absolute concrete example of a problem that is industry unsolved right now is heat dissipation in advanced packaging. Is that solved by thermal material, new thermal materials? Is it solved by lower power devices? Over what time frame can you achieve that? I mean, this is an unsolved problem in the industry right now. We saw it in spades with the Blackwell release.
This is a very relevant question, just to pipe back that 1 second for us, because we're looking at our good friends now at SK Hynix right down the road, and we have this office here too. So now we're actually right at that point of being like, oh, well, where do we overlap on our roadmaps, right, with our package and test partners, right, for AI chips? So we're like, there could be synergies from the design side with the
That's absolutely true, and it's important to point out that I tell my team that the hard part is not the technology, it's the humans. And so, one of the challenges we face here is the divide between the wafer and the packaging folks. It's linguistic, it's cultural, it's businesses. So, with our microelectronics advanced packaging technologies roadmap, we have a shared sense of where we need to go. With the digital twin that will span these silos, we have a sense of how we can work together as Synopsys and Ansys come together to bring the digital and the thermal domains together. But what I love about Purdue is really that multidisciplinary, multi-dimension attack to this problem that's industry relevant and industry serving in a sense, so that we can break down these barriers on all sides. HBM5, here we come.
Thank you, Pat, for a great question. And the panel, so Purdue building this ecosystem to break down the silos, I think that's the vision we are building now.
Yeah, thank you for a really interesting discussion. Jim, earlier you mentioned how over the past, 20 years or so, that industry and academia had sort of retreated to their core strengths, and there was a gap that was being filled by, I think you labeled it entrepreneurs or startups. I wonder if you could speak a little more about that and the role you see for startups and entrepreneurs. It's particularly difficult for VC firms to invest in these hard tech startups. And do you see that as a link between academia and high volume manufacturing that we need to maybe focus more on?
So that chart was intended to be provocative. Sorry. That chart was intended to be provocative. So I highlighted it because I think it's a challenge we haven't figured out yet. We certainly need startups to bring ideas closer to market than they were when they left academia, or at least to the level that academia was able to bring them to. But it certainly fragments the space in which industry needs to interface in order to build a portfolio of capabilities. And I don't know that there's a good solution yet. I agree that VC has had some reluctance to investing in very risky, high investment spaces. And so that's left a lot of the startup world in sort of M&A mode, where if it's really valuable, it gets scooped up by industry as opposed to invested in to allow it to sort of incubate and grow. There's pros and cons on both sides, and I think the jury's still out.
And I might point out that the R&D journey that Jim shared is different for different nations. So the pain points in the US are different than the pain points in the EU. I had the great fortune of going to IMEC to help with the extreme ultraviolet lithography maturation that Lode and company we're working on, and it's an amazing location that's doing wonderful stuff. We're seeing the rise of the Japanese Rapidus prototyping of a 2 nanometer node. There's only so many resources in this industry, be they government or industry or philanthropy. And we have to be mindful of where those pain points are and where major investments are going, so that we're working with US and allies to try to move the needle faster than maybe we think is possible.
I have a question regarding teaching methods and goals. So I hear various versions of a student, fresh graduate, arrives in industry and it takes us 1 year, 2 years to get them to do something that actually pays for their salary. So I guess my perspective is, when I went to industry, that is what I experienced. I mean, I had good theoretical knowledge, but I wasn't very useful. So I'm looking at you. What are your methods to actually teach people how to solve unknown problems, versus we're pretty good in solving known problems that ChatGPT can spit out an answer to really fast? I'm teaching semiconductor fundamentals. You put any normal homework of any normal device textbook in there, ChatGPT will give you a decent answer. So our method of testing has gone out the window.
So as a representative from an organization that has just made the third document in our journey of what do we need to do and then how are we going to do it, the heart of our microelectronics advanced packaging technologies roadmap is the workforce. And in that chapter, everybody on the AHR side has said that it's important to understand what knowledge, skills, and abilities the future needs, the KSAs. I believe that's the wrong approach. Not yet gotten traction on this, but I believe it's the abilities, the skills, and the knowledge. The half-life of knowledge is approximately 1 year now. So we need people that are able and are able to team together to drive that future as it evolves and stay out in front of what ChatGPT can answer quickly to create the knowledge that becomes the next wave of ChatGPT. And you see this in the people that are able to come up with creative answers, can work with others, can communicate their challenges. I love schools that are honestly teaching their scientists and engineers how to communicate, because that is one of our pain points.
Yeah, there's very little that's more powerful than an early career person who's really motivated to make a difference. They come in, I'm always amazed at when you have somebody who comes in, even some of the interns that we get, and you give them a really significant challenge, how much they'll engage and move that forward, right? It is true that at the start, a lot of those things that they're learning and doing are already known, but they can take on specific skills overall. It's really the question of who graduates from that doing the responsive, specific assignments to grow more, right? I've had people who are even senior career people who come to me and say, hey, tell me what I need to deliver over the next year and I'll get it done. It's like, that's useful, but not that useful. It's really the people who have the curiosity and the foundation to go from that to invent new things, to challenge and say, hey, I have a new material idea, back to the other idea. Maybe we can go do this. So I think it's that foundational capability that you build in people that lets them go from that basic early career to take that next step.
You know, I think industry needs to be willing and ready to educate motivated hires. One of the things that we've piloted at Integris is not a 1-year program, but a 3-year program, where we'll bring in the most promising engineering candidates and put them in a 3 years of 1-year rotations in R&D, manufacturing and quality, or R&D, product development and manufacturing, so that they get enough of a sense of, okay, this is how we develop a product, and then I go to manufacturing and say, oh, but I can't manufacture this, or I've manufactured all this stuff, but oh, the quality's not any good. So they come out of this 3-year program with a really well-rounded, broad perspective, and frankly, they're the rock stars in the company. We've got experienced employees who want to go into this introductory program because it's given them a jump start on this kind of learning, which is really, really valuable. And I think that points to the fact that increasingly within industry, the knowledge base is broadening in terms of what you need to know to be most successful in terms of R&D going, you know, to bring your product to market.
Yeah, and earlier I mentioned we have sort of a 5G, 5-generational community. The mentorship works on both sides of that equation, so we see it as extremely beneficial.
But let me drive that home. What can we as academics in our teaching methods learn from that? And are you willing to take on maybe more summer interns and maybe pay them less, but you take more and give them the exposure? Because finding internships is still hard for a second-year student, right? Because they know very little. So are you stepping forward, and what are you able to teach us to change curriculum?
Yeah, we're definitely going to be bringing more internships with Smart USA. And it is hard to get the students staffed. It's really wonderful to see the STARS program go visit Birck over at Global Foundries and get a sense of what's going on. I really liked what you said about bringing people out of the companies and having them get some dwell time in seminars or externships or whatever they're called. The other thing is that the companies are slowly learning from the FangMan companies like Google and Alphabet and helping faculty get some dwell time in the companies to make sure that they're seeing things that maybe are visible to those outside of academic institutions. So those are some of the steps. I don't have all the perfect answers, but I applaud the need to reinvent the curriculum.
Maybe this is too philosophical of a response, but I think really the challenge in the workplace is how do you ask the right questions about a problem that you haven't seen before? So I think it's really all about learning how to ask the right questions. If you confront a problem and you can't ask a question, you're not even really sure on how to approach it. But if you can ask a series of questions, now you can define an approach to answer a specific question, whether it's do an experiment, go look it up, whatever. And I think it's really sort of a teaching method. Maybe that's too strong a statement to make, but it's an approach that emphasizes how do you ask the right questions about problems that haven't been confronted before, because we've got plenty of those.
Yeah, I think a couple thoughts. One is there are some projects that industry has that we collaborate with universities, right? I know we've done this with Purdue, where we actually have professors we have relationships with, and we have students who work on an industry-relevant problem, and that really positions them to come into the workforce prepared and engaged, because they're adding value from the time of being a student. Another, we've had interns recently who we give very broad, we're going to have an intern back for a second year, and we've already planned what her second rotation is going to be in addition to her job. So it's a multi-year expansion of skill set, like you talked about. And we're actually planning within my organization early on. So I think these are the types of teaching students how to be flexible, learn quickly, and when they come in, I think it's a great example. Get a lot of jobs and a lot of experience. What you know coming out of undergrad or PhD is not the end answer. You've got to continue to learn. I think that those are a couple things that would, I think, relevant to students coming out.
Yeah, and almost every problem that we confront is a multidisciplinary problem. The teams that we put together are teams of chemists, physicists, programmers, material scientists, data scientists, all working on the same problem, but from their own basis of expertise. So understanding how to operate in a group like that is enormously powerful.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jihad, for a great question. Now we get a soft commitment. We're going to have more industry collaborations to Purdue and hire more students from Purdue. By the way, we have 58,000 outstanding students. We're the largest, one of the largest in the nation with 1 billion research expenditure. So we're excited co-creating jobs with you all. Thank you. Please join me. Thanks. Great panel.
Now I would like to welcome the fourth panel come to the stage. We have a break. Actually, we have a break, so everybody can grab a coffee, take a restroom break. No, there is no door from. You have to go to the. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we are. Yeah, okay, break.
Do you have logistics here where you want us to sit?
Yeah, we will have an impact.
Oh, you'll have it up? Okay.
Just replace an impact.
Got it, okay. Yeah. And is Arvind going to host? Or?
Arvind is going to host.
Okay, you should be here too. You guys are on.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How did it work?
You did great. You did great.
I left the. Oh, okay. Good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Great.
That's why I left it because I wanted to play around with that.
We'll put it in our little archive in Jihang's office.
Oh, wonderful. Cool. Oh, can you text me the photo?
Give me one second here. I will do that.
Check, check.
You guys are incredible.
Okay, let me try again. Let's invite the fourth panel to the stage. Maybe we should ask, yeah, you will sit down first. Do we have all the name tags? Okay.
Small lettering from, yeah, well, just in case. You find them? Yeah, you're ready to go.
All right, now we will have the moderator. So Arvind, I'm going to first introduce you, and then please introduce all the panelists. So welcome back, everybody, after the break. Now we have our final panel discussion. We would really like to build a regional semiconductor cluster in West Lafayette with all of our global partners, and also domestic partners, of course. And so here I would like to introduce our moderator, Arvind Roman, Professor Arvind Roman. He is the John A. Edwardson Dean of the College of Engineering, and he's actually from the mechanical engineering, Professor of Mechanical Engineering. And I would like to have you joining the panel and introduce them.
Thank you. Thank you, Jihong. Good afternoon. Glad to be here with all of you. We have a really interesting, I don't know where to stand here. Is it okay here, you think, Jihong, from the side? We have a really important panel today. International partners who are stakeholders in this really important semiconductor ecosystem that is taking root here. We call it the beating heart of the semiconductor heartland. And I'd like to welcome Jae-Sik Lee, Vice President of Advanced Packaging, SK Hynix. Patrick Wilson, VP of Government Relations, MediaTek. Loda Lowers from IMEX, Senior VP, Business Development and Sales. And Bill DeVries from Dassault System, NAM Customer Solutions and Director of that. Okay, VP, sorry, yeah. Sorry, my notes aren't really up to date here, but this is great. Welcome to all of you. This is going to be a really interesting discussion on what is growing this cluster here in the Midwest look like? What strengths do each of your institutions bring? What do you see as opportunities working amongst each other and with Purdue University as we try to grow this cluster? And what does the future look like 10 years from now? So to get us started, round one of questions. I'm going to turn to each one of our panelists today, invite them to kind of share a bit of background on their particular organization or company, and tell us a little bit about what they see as opportunities. So let me begin, Jae-Sik, with you. The Yongin Semiconductor Cluster is an example of a current, really active effort that SK is putting into in South Korea to build this idea of an innovation cluster. There are venture, there is academia, there's a semiconductor academy you're building. So this industry, startup, academic clusters you're already doing in Yongin. Can you tell us a little bit about it? And then as you see opportunities here with MediaTek, with Dassault, with IMEC, what do you see could happen here in West Lafayette?
Yeah, I think I have a one page. So basically, next page, please. Yeah. So if you look at current actual systems, basically there's a two main components in the package. Okay. Yeah, so basically there is memories that basically SK Hynix is very strong at, and also there's a logic in the middle. That's basically like Patrick mentioned earlier, that how we're gonna collaborate, because everything is now logic and memory. And we also need to look at the system side as well, because especially for the power, how we're gonna bring the power in the package and the logic, and also how we're gonna cool down the old system. So we are not something, I mean, right now we cannot do all this system optimization by ourselves. So we need all the partners from material partners all the way to data center customers that we all need to co-optimize all these processes and materials and design. Even let's say if we are going to also the 3D now that I'm not talking about memory itself, but also with the logic on the bottom or on top. They have their own challenges. I mean, especially when we have a logic on the bottom, that's really good for, let's say, energy efficient compute. But that's really hard for us to cool down the logic chip because that's already hot and it's stacked with the really hot memory on top. So how are we gonna do that? We need all design solutions, material solutions, and all other processes that we need to optimize. And that's all the way to basically the data centers. So that's something that we need to look at. And in SK Hynix right now, we have a kind of whole the memory integration that we have in South Korea. But one thing that I like to point out is that, as Albin mentioned, we do have a Yongin facility that we are actually currently building. One thing that I like to point out here is a mini fab, meaning that we have a small fab basically separate from main fab, where we can exercise with the equipment partners and the material partners, looking at their initial, let's say, equipment in our fab that they can exercise the process and the materials, because we cannot put any equipment or materials in main fab because that's more like a manufacturing site. But this mini fab that we have, I think we can actually exercise all your development, even equipment side, as well as materials, maybe even design. So I think that's something that we have in Yongin, but how about the Indiana advanced packaging fab that we have? I think that's the question that we have right now. Maybe like a Birck Center maybe can fill the gap that we have, because I mean, beauty with the advanced packaging or packaging is that we don't need a wafer form. It can be 8-inch, it can be done with the 12-inch. Maybe we cannot use exact the same processes. I mean, there's no way that we can use the exact process because tool set it will be different depending on who you are working with. So, but we can use those as, let's say, material development early on, and we check at, let's say, a small fab environment, and this material set or even architecture that we have can be exercised earlier on, and then maybe we can bring that in my fab to actually do more intensive integration. So that's something we probably can do. And also, we do have a iMac here. Also, we have a MediaTek here. I think, as I mentioned earlier, we need to also look at architecture and design first, and then do all this R&D with iMac and Purdue. Maybe we can have those kind of exercise and got some ideas from professors or students here, because we do have so many challenges that we need to overcome, and we see a lot more challenges in the future. So maybe we can transparently share those challenges. Maybe professors or students may have a better idea that they can solve, or even give us some idea that we can exercise in here. So that's something I see maybe this Purdue Birck Center, also the community here, that we can actually do those type of engagement.
Thank you, J6. Since you brought up design, let me switch to Patrick. Now, MediaTek, of course, has a global footprint, but it has chosen to expand its US R&D presence here at Purdue. MediaTek was, in fact, one of the first 4 global partners to establish a presence here in West Lafayette. From your point of view, what do you see as the advantage of being a part of this cluster, and what do you think are the opportunities it might create?
Thank you all very, very much. It's such a delight to be back at Purdue. It's nice that you let evil lawyer lobbyists into not only the business school, but into the engineering community. I have just a quick slide just to remind you maybe who MediaTek is. MediaTek is one of the largest fabless semiconductor companies in the world, but you, even in the engineering community, wouldn't be surprised that, oh, maybe I had not heard of MediaTek before. And that's sort of a casualty of being so focused on engineering excellence. We're not as good at self-promotion, perhaps, as we ought to be, given how consequential MediaTek is. Last year, our 22,000 global employees, we sold just over 2.2 billion devices, right? 70 to 80% of all televisions, television peripherals. Not even the fact that most of people don't realize that MediaTek is the largest cell phone logic provider in the world, right? Roughly 52% of all the cell phones in the world, the great majority, I would say probably close to 60% of all the Android phones in the world are powered by MediaTek. A lot of people are very shocked whenever I tell them that, but it's like, that's very typical for our industry. We don't have, like our good friends at Intel, a big billion-dollar campaign to remind you that MediaTek is inside, but we are literally in your pocket and in your home and your connected devices. So our perspective on the AI future, but also on where we need to do partnerships, is shaped purely by engineering problem solving. So here are just some statistics. There's a little bit here about all the product categories that we are #1 in. But one of the things you might be interested to know, again, about 22,000 employees, about 1,000 employees in the US. So would you be surprised to learn that 80% of MediaTek's employees have at least a master's degree, a double E? Fully 25% of all of our workforce have a PhD, right? So we are kind of a think tank disguised as a chip company, right? Very typical for design companies. But we are filled with brilliant engineers solving customer problems every day. That's what we're looking for. And so when the opportunity to partner with Purdue came up, right, introduced, full disclosure, I had been part of Team Hoosier for a long time. But what really made the difference is a governor who cared, flew and met our USA president in California, and then that led to an engagement with Purdue in Taiwan, 2 of them, a Governor Dornock, and I think the terrific work that Meng Chang and other senior leaders here at Purdue did. That made a huge difference. And you talk about what our executives care about more, like they love politicians, sort of, but when the president of a university comes, our whole world is university research. So that was more important to actually have a university vouch for Indiana, which is very funny. It's like the horse driving the cart, right? Because the university said, oh, here, Governor, let me introduce you, to the founding chairman of MediaTek. But that's how we prefer it, right? Because we kind of think of ourselves almost as a university, right? These chip companies, they tend to be led by PhDs. They, SK and IMEC, no exception, right? They're run by technologists. And that culture really made a good pitch for Indiana. So that's kind of how we ended up here. But a couple of things in introducing our company, but also talking more about why the Midwest ecosystem mattered to us. America as a global workforce, right? America is producing today the exact same number of electrical engineers that we did in 2001. Is anyone shocked to hear that? Our industry, the semiconductor industry, was a $70 billion industry in 2001. This year, we'll be almost $800 billion globally, and America is producing the exact same number. Now, I'm pleased to say that I'm here as a part of the solution. Purdue recognized this. The former president of Purdue, the namesake of this campus, Mitch Daniels, he got that's not right, and that's why Purdue is committed. Really great universities like the University of Texas system, like the Arizona system, and other universities recognize that that's not sustainable. How is the US going to continue to be a technology leader if we don't produce enough engineers? But the thing that really moved MediaTek to be the very first semiconductor company to come to West Lafayette was that they knew what the problem set was, and engineers like that. It's a hard problem to solve. Purdue is trying to work on it. But we realize, we can't do anything unless we make more engineers. And that's a beautiful thing to say in the middle of the most important engineering school, I would say, in the United States, because they're doing this work. But we saw that as a willing partner, because we can't do anything without the engineering talent. So that's point number one. We had to come where the engineers were. Yes, it's great to have a business-friendly culture here. Yes, it's great to have willing partners, but we had to go where the talent was, and that is the first question. The second part is really the technology roadmap part. Again, selfishly, you're going to hear the MediaTek version of the world, but guess what? AI has a lot of good PR, right? Everybody's stock is doing great, and we love our partners at AMD and certainly at NVIDIA. But the fun thing to remember, and they don't often say that, is remember, they're riding on the juice that we created. I say that selfishly, but like our market for logic in mobile, right? That underpins everything that AI wants to do. I mean, this is a very savvy audience. Did you know that, the very same chips that TSMC is making for NVIDIA, that's the exact same line as the millions of chips we make for cell phones? Did people know that? We are delivering chips this year at 3 nanometers. We're going to be TSMC's launch customer next year for 2 nanometers. And Jensen gets to ride along with that. Lisa Su, super great. But they are riding on the money that we brought to that. We sold, roughly 1.1 billion cell phones last year. All that revenue made it possible to continue to drive the innovation for our super sexy friends in the AI world, right? But we are driving that, and that's a little counterintuitive, but we need to remember that, right? There's that consumer technology and the innovation, the drive to make cell phones more powerful, more capable, is driving a lot of that in the way that CPU used to drive everything else, right? The money that went into CPU design was everything, and everybody else kind of rode along with it. But mobile connectivity and our powerful cell phones, that revenue is driving everything else. Of course, now AI is its own revenue source, but I think a lot of people forget they're the same fabs, same foundries, exact same lines that are rolling out. So third thing that I wanted to leave you with, and this is good for us, I'm not a stock picker or a stock promoter guy, but the one thing I really want you to take away from our interaction today, and this is important as is for students, as it is for professors, or if you're like me, just a cheerleader for the semiconductor industry, is remember, we are very early in the development of artificial intelligence as an industry. The technology development is very robust, but as an application specific, like what things are we going to do with AI, we are literally at the crawl phase. And the interesting thing is, and I say this all the time, it's partly to be provocative. As you can see, unlike an engineer, I'm willing to do that. Partly what I try to be provocative is to remind people this first phase of artificial intelligence I have categorized as the far AI phase, right? It resides in data centers, huge amount of compute power, and as I call it, partly derisively, the boil the ocean exercise that we do when I ask ChatGPT for something. They're using amazing compute power and data center-based knowledge to look at all the knowledge in human history to answer my question, right? They're looking at the entire library all at once to answer a question. And so my posit is, as you might have guessed, is that we are entering a new phase of artificial intelligence, and I think it's not years away, it's months away, right? What I call the near AI phase, right? Which is the inverse of what we have now. Now we have massive compute power and massive data sets, again, as I call it, the boil the ocean, right? All of human knowledge, the Alexandria library of human existence, we're putting to work to solve problems. But very soon, we're going to make the reverse of that, right? Which is we'll have huge amounts of very powerful compute power, but directed at a very small data set. Your house, your life, what you eat, where you sleep, who visits you. That near AI is really going to make people's lives better. It's going to say, hey, Patrick, I heard you tell Mark you're having lunch on Wednesday, but remember, you have a flight to DC at 11:45. Do you want me to reach out to Mark and reschedule lunch? Yes, yes, I do. Those kind of demonstrations of how powerful AI in your pocket, right, that's going to change lives more, and it's going to be in your house. And that data is very intimate, right? It's very intimate. Hey, Patrick, did you take your heart medicine this morning? I noticed your heart rate is elevated after that phone call. because you were really pissed off at somebody about the shutdown and now your blood pressure is, that is the AI I'm talking about, right? Very near, very intimate, right in your house. Hey, Patrick, I saw you only have a quarter gallon of milk left. Remember, you're making a souffle for that dinner party on Friday. Do you want me to order some so that it's ready tomorrow? Yes, everybody wants that AI, right? Not the, oh, I want to make a cute emoji for a birthday party, you know, which is cute to do, but the things that are going to make our lives better, that's where we see it. So as a personal device leader in the world, it's not surprising that the MediaTek guy is talking all about near AI, right? Because we see that as we're at the thin end of the wedge of deployment of all of those really fascinating, exciting new technologies that are going to really make our lives better. And they are, again, not boiling the ocean, not all the knowledge in the history of the world, but more about being an expert on you. And the last item I'll say here is it's about trust as well. And one of the things we liked about being at Purdue is the really open, awesome culture here of trust and collaboration, because we know our consumers are going to demand that. They're going to demand trust and confidence in who their technology is held by, because it is going to become so intimate, you know, in your life. Who visits you, what you read, what you enjoy, who is in your family. That information is really intimate. And as the near AI accelerates, the idea of trust and who your partners are is going to just matter so much in the way that price does now. You know, people will look at products side by side. You know, it's $10 cheaper. I don't care where it's made. We think that era is coming to an end, and consumers are going to demand trusted technology from people who share their values.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Patrick. By the way, on that, did you know? I'm going to end this first round of questions and come back with a did you know for you all. But over to Loda. Let's talk about iMac. iMac now for decades, you know, has built this thriving ecosystem in Leuven, combining lab to fab, local universities. You've done a fantastic job with it. As you see iMac expanding here in the United States, in the Midwest, and here in West Lafayette, what do you see can be taken from that example and applied here, and what might be different, and what might be collaboration opportunities?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be amongst all these people here in Purdue. I'm always happy to be here back. This one slide is some background for those who don't know us so well. So I collected a few pictures, right? So we have that fab. It's a 300 millimeter fab. It has now over 5 to 6 billion euro of investment with all suppliers there. And so we should say, let's take the opportunity. It's available. It's probably in kind of surface and also members and also people. In total, we are 6,000 people. Probably the largest facility ecosystem you can access. We can work there. So that's one. The second, yes, we're reaching out also to a limited set of places in the world. And that reason is talent and coordinated R&D. I think all the challenges that we see, they need worldwide coordination, worldwide alignment. What are the problems we want to solve? The companies are already worldwide. So you have global companies. So at the end of the day, R&D needs to be the same. The time of having local groups everywhere doing uncorrelated things, I think that's behind us. The reason is we have working together, and we found a wonderful partner here in Purdue, closely work together with leading universities like Purdue, and then create extra value, right? We bring people here working closely with smartest people in the world to work on those problems and link that with what we already have in terms of ecosystem, and then bring that here. So the idea is, of course, to bring an extra hub here in Purdue, to bring extra partnerships. The only thing, it will take a bit time to do that all together, but that's actually the goal, because the bottom two pictures is what we are working on and what are the challenges that we're facing. One, that is at the right side, the semiconductor roadmap. So we're working on what's needed there beyond what TSMC has today. So that's like the nanosheet beyond is like the CFET, we put NMOS on top of
PMOS, like then make it here together. We see what new materials can we bring in to make the next generation CFET. So we're working on 2D materials with the team in Purdue. We were discussing over lunch some fundamentals and how to overcome them to be able to make a 1 nanometer device. We, as engineers, we don't think about it anymore, but it's of course shocking to go for that close integration. That will not go on its own. It will be connected with completely integrated 3D systems and including optical technologies. All that needs to be together. That's where the packaging and, I should call it 3D system integration. It's not packaging. 3D system integration becomes so important to be all that, because that's where the solution is, the total system. You need to work at the device layer, but also at the layers above, the total system layer. That's a huge challenge if you want to solve that. Actually, all the works there, the rest at the left side, they're kind of extra drivers. There's the automotive industry, there's a health industry, everywhere is semiconductor. But we need to solve some fundamentals. If you look at these pictures, it's essentially, I heard last week people say, everything is power gated today. If you want to, if you go to data centers, and yeah, you have beautiful ideas, but the power it will consume with everywhere in the world, people show curves, it will consume the total energy of the world. So which will not happen. You know, we also need to heat our house. So we need to find something, how to come to fundamental improved devices that consume less power, systems that are equally performant or better performant, but have a more efficient power consumption. Then there are the challenges of the power delivery in an overall chip, which becomes huge, the power dissipation in a chip. So you need to cool these systems. Everything we need to, there are a lot of fundamentals, and that I think are the topics we can work on only together. The thing, because we're celebrating Birck here, is the lab to fab idea is not just an idea, it's the only way how things can work. You have things addressing fundamentals of a material. You don't need to do that necessarily in a huge 300 millimeter line because it's very expensive. And I say it myself, it's very expensive. So you can address a lot of fundamentals in a good lab. So that's why an elevated Birck facility is the best we can do. Then you can test out things in a fully integrated line that we have. I think the idea then to say, oh, we're going to quickly make a new line to do that, that's a fata morgana. That will never happen. So you do that where that exists, you showcase, you feed back to the lab, and that's, I think, how you can also help at the end of the day companies to bring solutions to the market. So that's a bit the vision. We can do that here in Purdue together with partners.
Thank you, Lotte. Bill, over to you. Dassault Systems is an absolute global leader in virtual platforms and digital twins and everything ranging from the semiconductor to the aerospace business. There you go. On cue, you got the aerospace up there too.
There it is, right on cue, yes.
But what do you see as opportunities with the virtual platforms and digital twins and really supercharging this ecosystem we're talking about here?
I want to say thanks for having me. Thanks for the question. I really appreciate it. This has been a great celebration. I've learned a lot through all the panels. I think that they've been a great, it's been a great day. So thank you for having me. Regarding Dassault Systems, it's our belief that the virtual can augment and extend the reality, the real world, in order to create sustainable innovation that creates better outcomes for businesses like you, for people and our planet. Now, the way we're going to do it is through these virtual twins. You've heard quite a bit about digital twins today. Now, I want to make sure everyone here is clear on the difference between virtual and digital, because it's the key difference between our platform. The digital twin takes snapshots of files, much like a picture, and it stores it off in a file server somewhere. If you make any change to that, you have to open that information back up, which makes it very difficult and not very dynamic. It's static. What we've done is we've architected our 3D experience platform to enable virtual twins. These virtual twins mean all the data that is live. You saw some of that today. I saw a nice demo of our 3D experience platform that Jihon and her class put together. They did a great job. I know they're just starting that, embarking down that 3D experience journey, and I'm very impressed on what they've been able to do just since the start of the fall semester. What this 3D experience platform does, it takes 3D information, it takes material data, it takes simulation data, anything that would be inside your process that would impact your real world product that's out there. In this case, it would be a semiconductor, a chip. And we want to build that out, model that out virtually so we can leverage it in every step of the way. And that's exactly what we've done on this object-oriented 3D experience platform. From a Dassault standpoint, we're doing this with 370,000 customers worldwide. We are a French-based company. We've got $6 billion in revenue and 144 offices across the globe, and we've got 27,000 impassioned 3D experience people that are out there building virtual twins on a day-to-day basis. There's 5 of us in the audience here today, so very excited about that. You ask questions about digital twins and what are the opportunities that are out there. I think that I'm going to steal a very good tagline that I heard last night. We had a nice celebration yesterday at the Union, and I'm going to steal this, Luna, from you. So thank you very much for this. What are our opportunities? The opportunities that we have are from classroom to clean room. And what I mean by that, we've heard a lot about education today and what the need to develop the workforce of the future. That's one of my key jobs here at Dassault, is to make sure that we do just that. And what better way to do it than on virtual twins? We've got something that is an exact mirror replica of a process, of a piece of equipment. And so we can immerse these students inside this clean room, inside a piece of equipment, and we're doing it on a day-to-day basis with those 370,000 customers that are out there. Now, I will say Dassault started primarily from a discrete manufacturing, but as technologies evolved, as there has been a need to get more fidelity, more science into certain areas like high tech, like semiconductor, the need for this virtual twin has arisen. So we think that from the classroom to the clean room, we can do an awful lot. 2 weeks ago, I was at a leading OEM for an automotive company just north of Detroit, and we were doing a technology exchange, and we were talking about virtual twins and what the power of that virtual twin was. And they said, best example we have of a virtual twin and what it can help us do, what it can help us save is our wind tunnel. They said up until last year, they had to put a car through a wind tunnel, sometimes repeatedly, to get the right results. Maybe it was based on sound, or if it was on friction coefficient for fuel efficiency. They had to do all this testing. Last year was the first year they produced all their cars without needing to go through their wind tunnel, which is pretty powerful. They used a virtual twin of that wind tunnel, and all of the information, they trusted it, they validated it, they created that virtual twin that was robust enough that they could trust it, and so they were able to eliminate that cost. Last one I want to talk about as far as opportunities is one that is germane to this group, especially to Jihon and the group and her students. Getting into a clean room is not an easy thing to do. You don't put the masses into a very small, very restricted area, and so the time that you go that is there is very precious. I think at one point you would only get like 10 people through the Birck Center at a given time, where they could work that in one shift. Well, if we're going to scale, we've got to get a lot more people that are understanding this technology and being able to work with it. And so, again, what better way to do that than virtual? We worked with Jihon and her team, and we created a gowning process that was able to allow the students to be able to understand how to go through, how to prepare to go into the clean room, and it saved them both time and an awful lot of money. So it's these kinds of things that are going to allow us to scale and develop a larger workforce faster than we ever have before. So those are some of the ways I think it can benefit this industry and Purdue.
Yeah, that's great, Bill. I wanted to go back to a point that Patrick raised before we go to round 2 questions. The largest producer of engineers. Sorry, I have to chip in here, but just so you all know, rather, did you know that in 22-23, according to IPEDS, which is the national database on degrees offered, granted by institutions, Purdue University already in 22-23 granted more engineering degrees, undergrad, master's, and PhD in that year more than any other university in the country. So already in 22-23, we were the largest producer of engineers. Now in 23-24, when you look at the bachelor's degrees granted in engineering in 23-24, we matched Texas A&M. In 24-25, now we know our numbers. We had a 30% year-on-year increase in the number of bachelor's degrees awarded in engineering. I'm going to wait to see what Texas A&M reports out. I don't think they're going to have a 30% year-on-year increase. So, you know, like what happens in many elections, you declare victory before all the numbers are out, and that's what we're doing. We're the largest producer of engineers in the country, period. And they're really good quality. There you go. Thank you. But let's quickly switch to round two. You know, with the four partners here at the table, we already have the key ingredients for getting a successful semiconductor ecosystem going around Indiana, West Lafayette. When you look out into the future, what do you see as some of the challenges we're going to face? And then fast forwarding to Birck's 30th anniversary celebration, 10 years out, what will success look like after we overcome those challenges? And I'll open to anyone who wants to start, and then we'll kind of go down the table.
I'm going to jump in here because I have a political answer. You'll be shocked to hear. You know, as a challenge both for the next decade of Birck, but also for Purdue, unfortunately, I think the most important things that need to happen to build this ecosystem here in Indiana actually is very much on the Indiana government. And if the government here, the governor, the legislature, if they have the vision to make this happen, right? Because this is still very nascent, right? We're all sort of, believe it or not, we're standing in the glow of what SK has announced here. I mean, it's just an amazing shot in the arm. But how many people in Indiana get that? Like, this is like the invention of the diesel engine at Cummins down in Columbus, right? This is gonna shape the next 150 years of Indiana, but people are not aware of that. And certainly people down in Indianapolis are not aware of that, right? And so the big challenge is Indiana has to catch up with the other jurisdictions politically to make the 10-year anniversary of this commitment to Birck really, really something amazing, right? Because we're building this ecosystem, and 10 years is a long time in the semiconductor industry. You know, that's 4 iterations of our normal, you know, innovation cycle. So what do I mean by that? I don't want to be too oblique. What I mean by that is other states have more attractive projects, right? Texas and Arizona, who I think are Indiana's real competition, right? They have really robust incentives. Tax incentives, cash incentives, state funding for research. So does Arizona. That's the piece of the puzzle that Indiana's missing. If I went down to the legislature and said the most important thing happening in the state of Indiana is happening at Purdue because of the semiconductor ecosystem, the AI universe that is going to change everything else about Indiana, 99% of the legislators have no idea, right? And that's a problem. Because if you go to Austin, which they're lucky, Austin is a tech hub, a lot of those people get it. Oh yeah, I was on that committee 8 years ago when I was in the State House, and now I'm a senator. We passed that bill. They have an annual funding appropriation for research and development at the state level. They have cash incentives to companies, and that's a big challenge, right? Because when we look at putting a job here in Indiana versus any other state, those other states on the numbers alone might look better, right? We came here because there was less competition, frankly. We're like, we want to get there earlier because we have to compete with our very, very awesome customers for the talent. And so it's okay to be a big fish in a small pond, but that's not everything. And I think that is the greatest challenge that Indiana has to face, is just the recognition that you're in a contest. Ian and my good friend Ian Steff is here from My Silicon Compass, and we used to put everything, and it's so typical of a lobbyist to bottom line everything to like a convenient axiom, but I would urge everyone, every elected official, I say, get your yellow pad, draw a line down the middle, at the top is here, and at the other column is there, right? Why are you going to do your innovation in Indiana? Make a list. Why would you do it somewhere else, here versus there? Could be globally. We could be competing with Taiwan or Singapore or China or India, or all of those countries are having great competition, right? And I think the political culture here is not up to that. They're not open to that idea where they're like, oh wow, I'm competing with Shenzhen. I'm competing with the Hsinchu Science Park. I'm competing with the amazing science park in Korea. They don't get that. The political class here does not get that. It's a global jump ball. Again, sorry to drag another Indiana basketball analogy, but that's where we're at.
All good points. I had written down on this one a couple of notes, which was money and commitment, which is pretty much what you were just talking about, right? I mean, that's at the end of the day. Yeah, so it is. It's where we started. It's where 10 years from now, it's where we started. The Birck Center started 20 years ago. It's with getting funding. It's with getting the commitment from many of you that aren't up here with the partnership with Purdue and the partnership with SRC and Smart USA. We need that commitment. We need people to get off of the sidelines and to get engaged, get involved, right? And I think that's what is going to do it. What is it going to look like in 10 years? Let's say we get that commitment. Let's say we get the funding that's out there. I think that we're fighting, like you said, 150 years worth of job and economic growth is what we're battling or what we're fighting for. And I think that's the opportunity that we have in front of us. But it's got to take everybody here to do that, and that includes the government. I do agree, state and local, and the federal.
Yeah. So I think in order to, I think the biggest challenge probably we have, I mean, as other people mentioned, government, I mean, they need to think through how they're going to actually support the companies or even other organization comes here. That's one. But also, I mean, if we have, let's say, we have a fab here in, let's say, next couple of years, then we'll have also partners coming. So there will be very different type of requirements other than SK Hynix. I mean, if we want to work with the, let's say, even box centers, their requirement will be very, very, very different from our requirement. So how much even box center can be flexible to accommodate all these requirements, even structure-wise, even like a fab operation-wise, and all these need to be, I mean, discussions, make sure that that's something that we can do. Even like, let's say, for example, if we do some kind of validation of whatever that we want to have in terms of material set or even processes or even architectures, some of the work may not be that much of beneficial for the professors who actually doing this job, but they also need to understand that's a part of that work that they need to do, be able to actually have all this integration successful, because I know that like Professor they have own agendas. They like to do what they like to do. But how are we going to actually that integration looks like? And there's something that they need to maybe sacrifice, even if they may need to change a little bit, but that's hard. So how are we going to actually put that together, because as I mentioned earlier that right now there's no, such a thing that one company do everything. Everything needs to integrate to the system-wise. So all these things that they already have idea may change a little bit, and that's probably the applicable to whatever that we need. And that kind of little bit of open mindset, how they are ready to like participate those type of integrations, and how we're going to actually do that together. I think that's something that we need to do. And it's not there here, so I think we can help. Even like MediaTek and SK Hynix or other companies that coming here, I think they can help. But we also need to see that the kind of openness from even like universities. Yeah.
So 3D integration with talent integration somehow has to happen. Yeah. Loda, over to you.
Yeah, I think I want to align with JSIC on this. If you see the picture, check what's the expectation of the industry over the next 10 years. So they likely don't want to see duplication because the challenges are huge and they operate globally. So the success will be, say, 10 years from now that like Purdue is a hub in a multi-hub system in the world where R&D is executed in a coordinated way, serving our industry in the best way, avoiding duplication of efforts, having maximum coordination, because you can invest a lot, but you need everything. You need a capital expenditure, you need to build the fabs, but whatever you need to do has a timeline. If you have an idea, it has only so much time to intersect in a roadmap. If it's there later, it has zero value again. So you need to think, what are we working on? And maybe it will require some focus also. And there is no problem not to do everything. So let's be good in a number of choose expertise areas where we're good at. You can work together with partners. Together we're better to connect that. And I think that's what we need to achieve. I want to refer, IMEC now, we're in, for those who don't know, we're in Belgium, in Flanders. Flanders has 7 million people. It's comparable to Indiana, I think. And so our founder, now it goes back to the 80s, so he could convince the local Flemish government with zero, okay, we had KU Leuven, the university, but zero other presence to say, look, we need to scale up things. We need to do things. He could convince, but look at that. The Flemish government has been funding us for 40 plus years. And now we can claim, oh, yeah, we have 75% private funding per year. But these first years, it was all government. And you need to have a solid baseline to fund and to say, okay, that's what we want to do. And I want to have one other point where our founder, Professor Van Overstraten, was also good at. He even said personally to me at one point, right? I was doing my PhD. And he said, we at IMEC, we need to be the best, or at least be in the top 3 of the area that you choose. You need to have the ambition to be top 3 of the world globally, and not be the best in Belgium, because that means nothing in our industry. So be the top 3 in the world, and if it's not that, then you can better choose another topic, because there are many topics to work on. So, and I think that philosophy kept me inspiring also the later years, because I think it's very important. Let's see where we can be the best, be very good, work together, be efficient and fast. So that if we can build that out, I think that would be success. And we are doing, like now, cross-connect with the partners we have. So I'm very happy. We're already talking with SK, being present here, linking what we do with SK in Belgium and together with what we can do here. That's how you create opportunities.
Well, that's great. Now, let's set aside for now taxpayer-funded incentives and investments needed, and let's speak to what are international collaborations possible amongst the 4 of you, along with Purdue University. Where do you see opportunities at collaborating between these partners, whether it's for supply chain issues, workforce issues, R&D issues? Again, to your point, Loda, as you were just starting to comment on that. Any thoughts, any immediate ideas that jump out to you?
I was about to just sort of undergird what Loda said about opportunities, but lest you think I'm just putting the pressure on government, right? One of the great things that Purdue did is that they established really powerful MOUs with key universities in Taiwan, right? And I urged lots of other, states are pitching us all the time. That's another thing, is Indiana doesn't realize they're in this competition with every other jurisdiction, right? And I said, look what Purdue did, right? They went to Taiwan, they set up exchange programs for engineering, they got all the engineering schools aligned with their work, and that is beginning to bear fruit, where students from Taiwan are coming to Purdue and vice versa. That really matters, because that allows us to leverage our investment. You look at how much we spend on university research in Taiwan. It's not an accident that Taiwan is the leading semiconductor country in the world. Sustained over 40 years, right? They invested billions and billions of dollars in research, and being able to leverage those investments in Taiwan here at Purdue is a great example, right, of how to be a global hub. And it's actually the same for us. I mean, we have a big operation in Korea because our customer, Samsung, is a really big customer. So we have a huge engineering center there. We're a part of the ecosystem. We're a part of the research ecosystem there. And that's just natural for us to be near where our customers are. That's another, I think, opportunity for Purdue is if you're going to have semiconductor companies, we want to have our customers here as well, right? And that was actually what I was about to add on to the last question, right, is that, you know, as a decision point for a community, whether it's this community here or the whole state of Indiana, you have to decide where do you want to be in the food chain. There's a lot of excitement among politicians about data centers, right? And I'm like, neat, data centers are cool. Like, I want to go to a groundbreaking for a data center. But remember, those are downstream of semiconductors, right? They're big boxes of air conditioning with semiconductors. 90% of the spend for a data center is just on the chips, not erecting the building or whatever. And so I would ask politicians, which part of the food chain do you want to be in? The people installing the chips? Or do you want to design the technology that's going into applications here in Indiana, in cars, in mobile homes, in pharmaceutical, you know, AI technology? Don't you want to be at the foundation technology for the next 150 years? And that's a real challenge for every community to be like, oh, I see what you mean. Not to let the shiny thing distract you, right? From the real mission is we want to be in the underlying empowering technology that makes all the other stuff work. And I think that is the leadership. I just want to call out President Meng Cheng, like how amazing is it to have a university president who's been in the center of political decision making, right? Like such a great asset to Purdue to be able to connect the dots like that. It's really just a great asset. And it means when he talks to us, it's not in a vacuum, right? He's dealing with all the things that we have to deal with, and it's great. Thank you, Patrick.
Topic of collaboration, I'm thinking also of system architectures in a sense, or probably that's with the drive of AI, you see a lot of attention is going there, like efficiency. So we need to see probably not the pure software layers, likely that's owned by a few companies and it will be difficult to have value there. But like the drawing I had there, like these 3D advanced systems and how architectures may be required in order to have an optimum distribution of different dies in a very co-integrated system and addressing all the challenges both at the device layer up to the architecture and system layer, so but linked to the hardware. I think that's a challenge. I think that's a good topic for the engineering in the next years, and it perfectly fits, by the way, with the already present partner here, so that could be a very good story. And I also heard Patrick say, yeah, there will not be one architecture. It's not per se only the architecture for data centers. You will have AI in the fog, as I say, and AI locally that will require different chipsets and different architectures. So that's also an interesting topic to look at.
So if I can add on, for me, the opportunity for collaboration is pretty clear. Us being a virtual twin company and us producing these virtual twins, we need all of your help to enrich them, to bring them to life. These twins interacting, systems of systems, these twins interacting to create a universe, to create a real live semi-universe is what our goal would be. And the collaboration is going to absolutely be key. You're the ones that are going to enrich it. You're the ones that are going to supply the data. You're the one that is going to help assist the machine learning and the AI to create the automation that's out there. So a big opportunity for us to collaborate with all of you to build these twins out.
Yeah, for me, basically for the collaboration, that I think there's multiple levels. I mean, even so, we are building the fab. Basically, we need the engineers or technicians, all different levels of, let's say, talent that we need. I mean, we can even use, let's say, digital twin, and to actually train those students how we're going to actually operate even tool set. That's something that maybe we can work with digital systems. and even with a Birck, they already have. I mean, that's probably like something that we have a very short term, right? And then also, there is a change in the even architectures in the systems. So there are so many things that we need to look at in terms of power, materials, and thermal, and all these integration stuff that we need to do. I think there is a bunch of different levels of opportunities that we can have in terms of collaboration. So, I mean, there are so many things that we can do, but how we gonna actually make that structured and how we gonna make that happens is something that we need to have more ideas and also structure-wise and things like that. And yeah, I think that's something that we need to, I mean, there are out there that so many collaboration opportunities, but how we actually bring that in reality is something that we need to look at in terms of fund-wise and also the organization-wise, even in the Purdue as well. So that's something I think we need to start discussions right now.
Great, thank you all. We have a little bit of time to get maybe one question from the audience to ask. Ron?
Thanks, Arvind. A delegation from Purdue was at TSMC a few months ago, and we were all struck by the fact that when you walk in the fab, you hardly see any people, because everybody is in offices behind computers doing data analysis and designing experiments, etc. And of course, there is a bunch of technicians in subfloors and so on. So, Bill, for you, question about the focus on the virtual twins, right?
Yes.
How valuable is it to have a virtual twin of a piece of equipment?
Sure.
As in the physical manifestation that the vast majority of the engineers never are going to meet.
Right.
Because even, you know, we do lithography, but lithographers, they don't get to touch our machines. Hell no, they're way too expensive for that.
Right, right. So I think you I think you had a good. Go ahead.
My question really is about. It's about the processes much more than about the equipment.
Absolutely. Yes.
And virtual versions of the processes. And then I heard people earlier today talk about interactions, right?
Yes.
A material, but what are the material interactions? Every process has interactions with other process steps.
Systems of systems.
So process integration, and whether that's at the level of semiconductor manufacturing or JSIG will say the same thing about packaging, right? There's all these interactions. And how are we educating our students? And where is your focus in terms of digital twins?
So, and I should have brought that up on the last question as far as opportunities for collaboration. There's definitely a large one when it comes to workforce development. We heard how behind we are in producing this high level talent. We need to do it at a much larger scale and at a lot more depth. I think that digital twins, I think I drew the distinction between that. We call them virtual twins. Our virtual twins are going to absolutely be key to this. I think that you had a very good example from Jihong, Dr. Chen earlier today, where she had a piece of equipment that had that been modeled and that student had been able to test, experiment, be trained on that piece of equipment, wouldn't have made the mistake that he or she, I'm not sure which one it was, but that they made with that piece of equipment. And it was extremely costly. So to your point, I think there's a lot of value that these twins can enable, can empower, will allow people to innovate like they've never done before. You couple that with machine learning and AI, I think it's a tremendous opportunity. What are we doing? We're trying to create partnerships with Purdue to be able to do that, and with other universities. But I will say this has been probably the most aggressive, forward-thinking group that we've seen in this area. And so that's why yesterday we signed another MOU. I think it's our third one if you include a different technology with this university. So we think that these are the leaders in their thought process. Have we modeled and created a virtual twin of the semi-universe? We have not. We need your help to do that. But we think that it's a far better way to be able to innovate than doing everything with physical. The example I gave with GM is a good one, where we can eliminate wind tunnels. Let's start looking at processes inside the semiconductor chip manufacturing, whether it's fabrication, it's packaging, wherever those opportunities are that we can eliminate, we can automate, we can turn things off like that wind tunnel. What can we do in this industry to help reduce cost, increase yields? These are all things that we should be doing. I see a few people nodding their head. I like that. So,
Yeah.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Also, I think first time when we do like digital twin or whatsoever, I think we need multiple iterations. I mean, if you look at even like packaging substrates, when they put together, they behave very differently. And if we put on the chip on it, yeah, they behave very differently. So I think in order to look at accuracy of the digital twins or whatsoever, I think we need a multiple iteration and also validation to figure out that's basically the right, trend that we may see, or even that's the way that we can go. So I think that we need a little bit more time to actually validate what we have right now.
You bring up a good point. I mean, a lot of times we've used these engineering tools, all of you are familiar with them, to validate and verify. We need to take and turn that upside down and move away from validate and verify. We've got to do that in order to get a base, but we've got to get it so it's predictive. It is helping us make decisions on where we're going. We're not there yet in all industries. Some are. This technology definitely needs to grow. It needs to evolve so we can get there.
I just feel compelled to jump in. One missing piece that we have not talked about on this panel is just the EDA tools, which we've all been referencing, right? Is that you would not believe, I don't know if Jason wants to lay out on this, but the way artificial intelligence has transformed the chip design business in 4 years. Like, it's amazing, right? Because chip design is ultimately the ultimate driver of our industry is fail better, faster. Well, guess what tool is really good at failing faster? AI is amazing, right? And we're seeing engineers who are able to perform, like an engineer with 5 years experience with artificial intelligence is behaving as a designer more like an engineer with 15 years of experience, right? And as a tool, if you're creating this data set, right, of previous failures, 30 years of failures, to avoid costly mistakes in design, it allows the flywheel of innovation to move faster. And between Cadence and Synopsys and Siemens, those EDA tools are just really transforming the industry right under our feet, right? To reduce the cost of failure, but to fail better, faster. That's what we're all about in the chip design, is get to failure, eliminate in the quality control, make designs that are really perfect. And that makes the foundry happier when you work out all this QC in advance. But here's the challenge from a workforce standpoint. We need our graduate students to have access to these AI design tools. So when they walk in the door to go work for Debbie or my colleague Gary, who's here, who are mentoring students at Purdue right now for MediaTek, they need to be familiar with those tools. And that means we need to implement them here on campus more. We need still more partnerships. Synopsys has been here for a long time. We're delighted to work with them, but we need to work with them more. We want to get them on campus. Then we need to have more people here for more mentoring. But these tools are just, honestly, it is, I often say to elected officials, what we've been doing for 40 years is science fiction, right? We have machines making machines more powerful than they are. And that's just the normal part of semiconductors, right? Like, walk into a fab, there are machines that are at least one generation behind the machines that are rolling out in the fab. Well, just imagine both the rate and the complexity of that increasing with artificial intelligence. It's truly mind-boggling to the point of, again, science fiction. And I don't think we're communicating that enough to the university setting, where this is where it all hits. Because we use design tools, all of us use these design tools, and they are just getting so powerful.
Please join me in a round of applause for this great
So this concludes our panel discussions. And so from now until 4:30, we will have a tour in the Birck Center and also post sessions with the students. So please follow the crowd to 2-minute walking distance. Thank you.